is that there is a government. And yes, the opposition is a part of the government. And the government has ministries, agencies, and departments that are established to provide support through the regular social safety net system, whether it be PATH, whether it be rehabilitation grants, which we do normally. So the government will transition the relief effort into a more mainstream response stood up by the ministries, departments, and agencies. Inasmuch as members of parliament have been clamoring to want to deliver package, to want to deliver roofing material, there will come a time, and it has already come, where the members of parliament will be saying, take this away from me, I can't manage it anymore. Well, you know, this is, Madam Speaker, the challenge. Because in one voice you say you want it, and then in another voice you say you don't want it, you just want it done. And, Madam Speaker, we as the government who have the responsibility, we already knew that this moment would come. And therefore, Madam Speaker, that is why we have always emphasized that we must stand up the government, make the government strong, including the members of the opposition, so that we can give the long enduring service to those Jamaicans who are suffering. That is what we have done. So, Madam Speaker, the idea that somehow the relief effort has been partisan, unfairly distributed, the main proponent being my sister and neighbor from St. Andrews South West.
Again, the Prime Minister is misleading the House by saying, and besmirching, yes, my character, by saying that I am the main proponent. Obviously, he's not on social media. He's not reading what others are saying and writing. I am only bold enough to say it to your face. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I am happy that the member who says that she is not the main proponent, who asked the same question last week and asked it this week, and is bold enough to state, I am happy that she has raised the issue, because, Madam Speaker, as I travel through the country, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party have come to me complaining that the PNP MPs who have gotten substantial relief aid have not been distributing it to them. And I want to put it on record, Madam Speaker, that when they have come to me.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come. It's fully functional, and I didn't write a single line of code. You start by describing your idea, what you want it to do, the features, the look and feel. Now watch Base do its magic, designing the interface, building the data.
And we have, Madam Speaker, made every attempt to be fair in how we have distributed the public's resources, not our resources, the public resources. And to answer the member, I have given a directive to the Minister of Labour, to the Minister of Local Government, and to ADPEM, that they must release all public aid that has been given to every member of parliament in this country. So that the unfair and malicious attempt to cast the government in an unfair light can be dispelled by facts. So, Madam Speaker, That will be made available as soon as the next sitting. And we have also said, I must say, Madam Speaker, I received yesterday a very good report from ODPEM that they now have in place a proper system to manage inventory. So very soon, we should be able to have a public access website where we can see everything that comes in and everything that is given. We will put an end to this deliberate, malicious attempt to destroy the reputation of the government. Madam Speaker, and we will see when it happens who has gotten more. Madam Speaker, no, I'm on my feet. No, we will disclose
every blood clot day coming to Parliament, but very soon you post the whole. Very soon a blood clot batty man stop me see the house, post it on your mouth, your mama and go.
Let me put it that way. Well, it can't go to the constituency unless it goes through the MP. So, Madam Speaker, I know what has fallen over there and why everybody is all of a sudden getting hot under the collar. I know. Madam Speaker, let me continue. Now, a question was asked by the member from South Manchester. And your question was that there was $12 million of grants given. I am constrained to say, member, that the grants are specifically for technical advice. There are other grants given in relation to the question asked by the Leader of the Opposition. There are other grants which ministers who are in the various areas where those grants are given will speak to. But 12 million for this case is for technical advice. 12 million. And you are correct in the sense that sometimes these grants come with conditionalities as to who would be the consultant, and some countries have, precisely, and some countries do have a requirement that by their law that some of their aid has to come through their local companies. I am not here saying that this is definitively the case for this. We have not discussed that. Which brings me to the question asked by the member from Southeast St. Andrew as to whether or not you wanted to have more details as to how the loans will be accessed, when they will be accessed, the conditionalities and interest rates and so forth. So today was, so just to back up so that the country understands clearly. 2 weeks ago, I had a discussion with all the international financial institutions at the G20. That discussion centered around how we can assist Jamaica's recovery. I asked for a particular kind of support. It was considered by the IFIs, and they came together and they made their release on Monday. This morning, I had a call with all the IFIs, including the head of the IMF, the head of the World Bank, the head of the IDB, the head of CAF, and the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank. And we worked out in broad outlines how the program will work. So I don't have for you as yet the details. The Minister of Finance will now go into the direct discussions to work out the details. We can say that the private sector loans, again to the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition, will form part of our public-private strategy. His concern is that, yes, you may say that $2 billion is available in private sector loan, but are there the matching investments ready to take it up? And investors. And my answer to that, my answer to that is yes. Because the government of Jamaica was already in the process, because of our public investment appraisal process, where we have to develop projects way in advance. In addition to investors who have been coming to the government to say, we want to do this and we will fund it, and we have to be saying, yes, we understand if you want to partner with us, you have to understand that we have to keep within our fiscal limits. And therefore, there are projects that are lined up waiting for fiscal space to be executed. So, which is why I've been saying that yes, it's a disaster, but it has also created an opportunity for us to fund projects that have been on the track waiting to get fiscal space to be operated. So this is what I mean when I say we have opportunities. So this is also a signal, Madam Speaker, to the private sector that if there are projects that have a national impact that can be done using Jamaica's well-established public-private partnership structure, now is the time to get in line for those projects. The leader of the opposition is saying in a sort of a way that we don't have the money. The point is that once the international community stands up and commits to it, it would be very rare or something dramatic negatively would have happened for us not to have access to the funding. I'm saying the private sector money. They have committed an envelope. And once they have committed that, it is then up to us to meet the envelope. And so I'm confident that we will be able to meet the envelope for the private sector funding. I want to tackle a question raised by the leader of the opposition. And in some ways, it's a philosophical question about climate justice, where the leader of the opposition said, as I have been saying since I was co-chair of the Committee for Climate Financing with Prime Minister Trudeau, appointed by the Secretary General to deal with this issue of climate change, that, of course, small island developing countries like Jamaica are not the main contributors to the issues of climate change, but yet we bear the cost of it. Our emissions clearly could not be attributed as a cause for the warming of the oceans globally, or the melting of the ice sheets in the poles, or the destruction of corals, or rising sea levels. Jamaica's carbon footprint is negligible. But you know, Madam Speaker, I am a strong advocate for climate justice. But the difference between myself and the leader of the opposition is you don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what I'm going to say. The difference between myself and the leader of the opposition is that I am not expecting the international community to give Jamaica anything.
The Prime Minister is attributing a point of view or a remark to me.
The difference between you and the opposition, Andrew, is that he's a batman and he's a thief. That are the difference. Let me pause it. The difference between you and Andrew and a suck pussy Andrew is because he's a batman and he's a thief. That are the difference. When your man come out of the parliament, batty boy, I'm telling you when I rate your pussy.
Which is false. I've never said that the international community can be expected to give us anything. I know the world we're living in. I was pointing out the injustice of it and the fact that it's because of the injustice of it that we're going to have to be taking on this massive amount of additional debt to try and dig ourselves out of this hole. That's the point I was making.
Madam Speaker, I accept the point of clarification, but there was no point of order. But the clarification attempted by the Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker,
everybody in the chat.
My recollection of the Leader of the Opposition statement
Big up on
is
yourself.
that they are only giving us $12 million in grants. With all that we need, all that they're going to give us. Let me say this, Madam Speaker. Yes, there is an injustice in the climate change issues that small island developing states in particular are faced with increasing in terms of frequency, in terms of intensity, and in terms of the overlapping of disasters that have an impact on our balance sheet as a country. And the argument is that rich countries that have benefited from using carbon-based fuels, should compensate.
I have to remember every money I borrow in a pussy and our name I borrow the money them now. Just know say every blood clot money I go for anywhere over the world. Our name I borrow it in a Batman and we not benefit from none of these loans you get from your local suck Batman friend them.
But me being your Prime Minister, the position I take is that until then, Jamaica must be able to stand on its own 2 feet, develop itself, and how do we as a small nation, Madam Speaker, stand on our own 2 feet? The Leader of the Opposition's argument is that we are going to have to borrow to do this recovery.
Andrew, Jamaica can never stand on in 2 feet when you have one thief like you. What's up your mama and go? Jamaica can stand up on in 2 feet when you have one blood clot junker like you. We're up in 28 bank account in 2020. Don't you have your mama and go? How Jamaica stand on and you're a thief? You pop down SSL. You fuck up the country. How Jamaica stand on in 2 feet when you have one look of blood clot batty man like you. A thief for the taxpayer money. Go suck your mama and a batty boy and go declare asset in a junker. Go declare asset pussy.
No, I want to know. Hold on. That's what he said. No. The Leader of the Opposition made the point that we are going to have to borrow to do the recovery. And you have made the exact point. Yes. So what else would we have to do? What else would we have to do? Which shows you the inconsistency of his arguments. But here is the problem now, Madam Speaker. How do we borrow? If it were 20 years ago.
But remember, you know you have to borrow. Remember, you that boss say the economy good. Remember, you that boss say economy good, you know, but we do know say economy not good. So Mark Gold make you know say true is a blood clot junker. You have to borrow because there's Jamaica broke. Because your friend them thief out all of the money in Jamaica. You and Christopher tough time. Thief out the whole of Jamaica taxpayer money. So of course Jamaica have to broke. One time we have 2 thief like but you say you and Christopher tough time. I same treatment for you two on a pussy. Just remember that. A blood clot revolution and all that. You can stay there, here.
30 years ago, we would not be able to approach the IFIs. We wouldn't even able to approach the international community. But, Madam Speaker, even if we were able to approach the international community, it would not be on concessionary terms. It would not be in a structured way as this. Madam Speaker, every country borrows. The real issue is what are the terms on.
Because why the People's National Party couldn't make them chat there? Because the People's National Party is not with the regime of America. But because you like go lie down and cock up and fuck anyway for money, then we love you and they love the JLP party because Siaga, the CIA Siaga, was a CIA agent. And him programmed the Jamaica Labour Party, which party for go. So it's easy for you because remember, you talk out of your suck pussy mouth, say you want to reduce natural resources in Jamaica. Remember you talk out of your mouth, so America gonna love you. Trump them gonna love you. Because you're Judas, he's a roast breadfruit and need to come out of the parliament. I want van one type on you and pull out of the parliament. I want old truck or one van and pull out of the blood clot parliament. Hey, you go on.
Which you borrow. And it is the first time in a long time, in over 50 years, that Jamaica is able to approach the international community and be able to get these loans at concessionary and structured rates. Madam Speaker, I can be clear. I can be clear with the House that our preferred approach is to engage with the international finance.
Let me tell you, because Andrew are the one who agree for them use harp in a Jamaica and mash up the island. And you make them use harp. So because you is a blood clot, yes man, for America. So they will pay you to kill out the people them. So of course they will lend you any money. Because they can use you as they look a bitch. So I don't like you achieve something. You don't achieve nothing.
Financial institutions. Because invariably their terms are much better than private markets. And they support technical development and they engage a structured program. So it is better for Jamaica to engage the financial community in this way. Madam Speaker, we are only able to do this, because we have demonstrated that Jamaica is a good steward with its own resources and a good steward with resources that we have borrowed. That good stewardship, Madam Speaker, the signal of that is that we have been able to consistently reduce our debt to the point where we were almost at 60% of GDP. The international community looking on at this says this is a responsible government with which we can partner and lend almost 20 to 30% of its GDP. No.
You reduce the debt to tell Jamaican I go to a restaurant and ask people for dog food for it. You use the whole of the money we could have used and build up things in Jamaica, run go pay off the debt before time, pay more than what you have to pay just because you don't want to spend taxpayer money upon Jamaican people. You can go on like achieve something.
The question is, as the leader of the opposition pointed, we're going to have to borrow all this money. And, I'm coming to that. We're going to have to borrow all this money, and it is going to increase our debt to GDP ratio. The answer is yes, the debt to GDP ratio will increase. But what are you going to do with the money? If you don't use the money wisely,
big up yourself, you know, Ivan. Big up everybody who check in here. Yeah, man, big up yourself.
If you use the money wisely, you can expand your GDP and pay back your debt and you're in a better position. And that is why, so I'm coming now to the question of NARA, of setting up NARA. And the member from St.
The drone age has begun in the large-scale military online action game War Thunder. Take out reconnaissance and strike drones to hunt down your enemies from the skies. War Thunder is the highly detailed action game where you fight other players using aircraft, ground vehicles, naval vessels, and helicopters. Also arriving in-game is the iconic Su-25 Frogfoot aircraft. The dozens of rockets under its wings will give enemy tanks no chance.
And we decided that we would have to establish an entity that will be able to use the funds as quickly as they become available. Because a part of the discussion with the IFIs is that the funds have to be made available at a fairly rapid pace. In other words, it couldn't follow the elongated processes. So we had to establish a new entity, and this entity, to answer the question asked by, I believe it was the leader of the opposition or somebody else, the member from South Manchester, what will be the form? What form will the entity take? This is where we are now in terms of studying the various options available for its structure. Should it take an executive agency form? Should it become a statutory entity? What will the legislation look like? These are questions that are now being studied. We sought the advice and assistance of the World Bank in doing the conceptual note. We are out of that phase, and now the Attorney General's chambers and all the other legal experts are now looking at what legal form it will take. I will reserve my comments because I don't want what I say influence the advice that is given. But we want an entity that is nimble, can move very quickly, that complies with our principles of fairness and transparency and so forth. And we want an entity that is forward-looking to answer the questions that were asked about, for example, are we going to invest in...
Andrew, you can't talk about transparency when you lock out the media out of your criminal case. You can't talk about transparency when you put gag order in a parliament. You can't talk about transparency when all till today you can't tell how you come by the big house on the hill. So what kind of transparency I talk about? That is why I'm telling you Jamaica mad, you know, being madness are going. Because Andrew Holness don't know the right person to talk about none of these issues because I'm a thief. I'm a thief, and until proven otherwise in the court, he don't fit to talk nothing about these things because he is not the right character. I'm a thief. In a court for thief. So he can't talk about nothing more transparency when he lock out the opposition leader out of this thing and go cook up one sitting and feel saying he can go around them now. Can feel saying he can go around them now, you know. And him at the finance minister, you know, yeah. And put up favored as a figurehead. That is why when the favored William ever come out and somebody if does dash some hot oil upon him in a parliament. Just dash some blood clot hot oil upon him.
Traditional mining, are we going to look at something different? Are we going to look at renewable energy versus what we have now? These are all questions that I am not proposing.
Yeah, talk about renewable energy. I'm going to tell you this bomber old Batman. We now support no nuclear power plant in our island. Let me just tell you that, you know. So, you and Lee Chink. You and Lee Chink just know so we now support no nuclear power plant in our country. You and Lee Chink, because Lee Chink is not from the island, you know. Lee Chink is not from the island. So Lee Chink no have no moral authority to even talk nothing about nuclear power plant on our island because Lee Chink is not from our island. Lee Chink, no care how long you want living at the island, you're not from the island. You don't have no power to make no talk. I remember telling you this. And we are the original Ararak Indian because in a real life when they talk about Ararak Indian, them not talk about the coolie people them we don't I don't know where they come from. The coolie people which race did I put the coolie people because they're not no race, you know. So then give the coolie them and call them Indian, but really and truly, we the Negro, we the Taino, and we are the Indian. But because, hey, them play with the mind. Them play with the mind. So I'm tell you this, Aris Chink and Lee Chink, una na Jamaican, Del Raichuk, una no care how long on the island, una na Jamaican, una can't represent the island, una imposter. All of you, una imposter, just know. Uno are imposter. And no welcome from my island, you know. But because of the law, we don't have down there operator and that, we don't feel like we welcome on the island. Look a bit from now, we don't want to say none on the island. And go find on a race. Look a bit from now, we don't have to go find on a race. A be a Taino, Indian, Arawak Indian, original people. And we are alone for them on the island. All of these imposters, and I forgot to find out nowhere about soon and very soon. Just know that when I want soon, the moment we the Taino lay with eyes for on different type of people, with blood clot place get fucked. The moment we see on our eyesight, the entire world turn upside down. These different type of people we come full up Jamaica, the island. Saying, I'm not going. I'm not going.
So what I'm proposing is that we set up the technical entity, which will be the NARA, to guide the decisions in that regard. Now, the question is, what role will the opposition play in all of this? And this is a matter that I've tried very hard to, again, not respond to some of the things that have been said, but I believe that it is important for public discourse that I share my mind with the public. Now, during the pandemic, I had the awesome responsibility of using executive powers. And I made it a practice that for every executive order that was given, I brought it to Parliament, though it was not required, and it was debated here, and parliamentarians had an opportunity to vary or change. It worked quite well. And I think we could say that we had the cooperation of the opposition in the management, largely, of the pandemic. We established a joint select committee where the Minister of Health was at the disposal of...
And you see that executive power you talk about, we're going to want that to come off of the book. We don't want no public servant. We don't want no public servant we're going to the office to serve with to have this type of power over we. This is suicide. We have to take that off of the book. We don't want no government in Jamaica have no executive power. We don't have the right we can lock down the country and take away your things. We now subscribe to that part of the legislation. It now going to work again. So the people that have sense, we're going to lobby for this come off of the book. And we're going to lobby for more things put on the book where for hold politicians accountable. We are going to meet, watch out now, the ball game of a lever. The ball game of a lever. So this type of politics where Andrew Holness play, it not going to work on the island. Because you're just an ex-puppet for the slave master carry out them work. Under these guys. He's just an ex-puppet for the slave master them carry out them work under these guys. And a full time for it stop. And it going to stop. Even if it ever going to take a revolution. Even if they have to send back the whole of the way in the diaspora up on the island, we don't care so long as they left with what we have. So long as they left with what we have, we don't have a problem. The only reason why we left the island is because they can thief what we have and build up them country and show off on TV with the resources. And that's the only reason them thief what we have and then them put it in our face in an advertisement and on TV. All them country are first world with the resources. With the resources. And then they have the audacity I look upon we now. I call we immigrant. When time them invade the land. Trick some little clown like Andrew. thief resources, go build up back them country, put it on TV, and make we feel like say we want to live in another type of environment there. When the founder of that environment, I which part you live, everything come from which part you live. So if we don't left, we don't have, and we stay, we don't have, and suffer and dead and come off of the island, we don't have no problem, because the moment we the Taino, we the original people of this realm, buck up this different type of people them in our trad, things change from that until today. Yeah. So till then have we in our things say the devil is some power, some mysterious invisible guy afloat around in the sky or under the earth. We are create all of this destruction. When we show we say even this destruction, we are going in a Venezuela. Are the devil them carry out that destruction? Are the devil carry out this destruction in a Venezuela? Are the devil bomb up innocent people on boat and I tell lies say a drugs boat? These people are the devil. Man, I said to the people them claim to crucify Jesus, you know. Them that, you know. And these guys, you know. You never know. These people are the devil. The people them look like them are the devil. Believe. In a disguise.
Selected number of members to question him on the management from the health side of things on the pandemic. When the leader of the opposition and myself met, he expressed to me that he would want to have a role in the recovery, and that was not something that I objected to.
It's a December judgment, all right.
How does that
well, come
work?
out, man.
The framework of our system is we have a parliament. This is the ultimate forum in which we meet and debate. And I have said, hold on, I've said, listen, let us establish a special...
But you have to bear in mind, Andrew got try using emergency power to stop the protests. Stop that, Aaron. So what you are going? All of the mother and father having a pitney them in the military and the JCF, who now go up on the front line. On the picnic them now go kill them. Even though them seriously them will kill them, they not go kill them. So who now go up on the front line? Because we now go make Andrew Holness emergency power them have. If you take with a fool. And I talk about we independent. Independent but have emergency power upon the book. So we can't rebel against them. Eh? And some bright people know about this upon the book. And everybody alright with it. There's no way the public servant them if you have this type of power, emergency power. If him feel like say in a time for use him just go to the Governor General. Okay. And the Governor General sign off and say I go lock down the country and take away them property. Eh? How if you have this type of thing on the book? I'm telling you something how I pray. You see anybody we go through the suffering like we look like we and get the job of the Prime Minister, the President. And when him go into that office, he takes side with the colonizer, him forget execute him is a Judas story. Anybody will look like we go through the struggle like we. And finding ways in the President office or the Prime Minister office and go take side with the colonizer against we, him forget executed by the citizen. Him is a Judas. I will not response with no law with them write pan book. Me just say anybody who look like we go through the same struggle like we go through and become the Prime Minister, the President. And when him reach into that office, he takes side with the colonizer against you, him forget execute by the citizen.
Committee, it wouldn't be under the strictures of all the other rules of how the standing committees and other committees work. It could meet when it wants and have that robust discussion, ask questions, oversight, and you meet. And it's under the rubric of Parliament.
Right.
I was a bit disappointed.
Bring in the drum them, not the bubble them, bring in the drum them.
In favor of going to the PAAC. But I understand, because it is my view as well, that if you have a government and the government has a structure, why go outside of the structure of government? Allow government to work. On the one hand, you can't reject.
The thing about that, Andrea, when I say allow the government to work, remember Jamaica don't have a government. What we have is a bunch of thieves I work for the CIA in America. Just a bunch of thieves I work for the CIA in America. And may I say, there's no way we can work with them brethren. We look like we come from the same struggle when I'm reaching at the office and take side with the colonizer. These type of people get executed by the citizen. Until we find somebody who go into the office and really represent the people. The moment them put them hand on the Bible and straight say them are going to do this. But the next thing again, you know, the word them when they use when them are swearing, remember these words no refer to we, you know. To every person, every this when them are swear. Remember we are not, remember these type of them no refer to we. So that's the next thing. The word when they use when them are swearing, we have to look up the real meaning and definition of these words. Because that's how the government operate. Because remember word have different meaning. And the elite have a different meaning for word when they use it, you know. You never know. The wording, them have a different meaning for it because them are work off a different type of vibe. So the word them have a different meaning. So when I see them use some word, I don't think it mean, but I don't think it means something different. So really and truly, we go back through the word when they say when them are swearing. And go back and do some deep dive, the meaning. You understand? The definition. And go down and investigate it. And say most of the word them using them are swearing, they don't refer to we. Because them is just another puppet for the colonizer under these guys. That is why they can't sell on the land them. You see, on the land when you have in the island, why not think the corporation Jamaica can't sell on the land? Because I never feed them in the first place. So they have to trick on and put landholder. Landholder. Because they don't have the authority. They're selling on their property because they're not feed them, because at least then they get it for lease. So one time I don't claim someone buy a piece of property. It's just a long lease because you're just a landholder. Not the owner and a holder. So now if you know these things. So none own the land. And just lease it for a while. Because the corporation Jamaica cannot sell a known property in Jamaica. Because the corporation Jamaica not exists in a real life. So then can't sell no land. So then lease on that style. But on a property owner. No. On a property holder. Because really and truly, the corporation cannot sell on no land. Under those on own investigation.
What I have established, based upon your advice and request, we have established it. Then you reject it, and then you come here and say, you want to have a role. I mean, make up your mind. I am not here trying to hog up everything and do everything by myself. God knows I would prefer that everything were done in a way where everybody carries some of the weight. But let's not try to make political mileage and gain out of a disaster.
When you say you want somebody to carry the weight, remember you never win an election, you never win a seat. So I just threw your craven. And they say craven dog, they say bone show craven puppy.
Let's not do that. No. The establishment of the NARA, as spotted by the member from South Manchester, has to be within a legal framework. And I have to go figure out now how that legal framework can incorporate a member
Some of my viewers and subscribers. Andrew Holness can do nothing legally. It's hard for me to believe this. It's true, I have him as a thief. I can't take him serious. He can't do nothing legally because I'm a thief. I have to certify. Andrew, you can't tell them saying that you're not certified. You're a joker, brother. This is a joke.
And if you give a
Mark Golden, I'm not telling no lie, my boss. I don't take the parliament serious, because the parliament is a serious place where we do real business. And if you have one thief, I taught them something, I can't take him serious. There's no way. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, the fake Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, I got to talk about a legal framework when he is not a legal guy.
Exactly.
Eh?
I'll be a backdoor deal.
I'll be a backdoor deal in business in deal with. So how if you talk about legal framework when I'm a criminal? That is why I just don't rate the parliament.
$700 billion.
I just cannot rate the Jamaica parliament because a serious business happening inside of there. I want to have one criminal like Andrew Holness that got talk about legal framework. How the fuck you fi take him serious when he's a criminal? Exactly. What kind of legal nothing him can talk about when he's not certified? This is a joke. This is a fucking joke. I mean, I know if you're not up on the island, you don't see it, But this is a big, fat, stinking, dirty joke.
the opposition or members of the opposition in how that is administered. No. Hold on, member. There is a precedent which I have been thinking about. But
you know, say I'll be a PR, Andrew Holness come to Parliament with today. You don't believe me? At time I'm a killing now. At time Andrew can PR this. You don't take him serious? So you can't take this man serious to talk about if a war. Eh? And he ready to go toe to toe. Why you not go toe to toe with what the brethren name? What did I feel up Juliet from back way? Delano. Why you not go toe to toe with Delano? And Juliet Holness birthday, Delano, I say I go up Juliet Holness from back way. Why you not go toe to toe with Delano? But you ready to go toe to toe. And if a war. How can we take this guy serious in our parliament? I talk about legitimate things. Eh? And illegitimate. Illegal. Legal. If you talk about legal and you're not legal, go certify your asset.
And him not take accountability for anything, so I don't know.
Remember, this Virginia the Integrity Commission got court,
Exactly. And the state a court.
And I remember you saw the whole Jamaica,
Your own government.
And you saw you are the head of the government, you saw the own government to your part, And you talk about legal free. You must be a cokehead. That is, me can never take Jamaica Parliament serious until this government change. There's no way me can take this Parliament serious until this government change. Andrew Holness is not a legal guy in a Jamaica Parliament. The man sued the government when him at the head of the government, and he sued the government. And I talk about legal framework. And the man sued the Integrity Commission when I investigate him. And this man give the Integrity Commission him blessing, And I tell the opposition, don't interfere with the Integrity Commission. And him come back and interfere with the Integrity Commission. And come in our parliament now going to talk about legal framework. How can we take this guy serious? How can we take the parliament serious? The parliament is a joke of parliament go on. And everybody will support Andrew Holness. Well, a beer madness go on in Jamaica. This is a joke. We must not sit down and hear Andrew Holness talk nothing about no legal framework and comfortable with it. We not normalize criminality in Jamaica. So there is no way I'm going to accept this from Andrew Holness to talk about legal framework. Legal framework with blood clot, go certify your asset. The statutory declaration is certified. From Mama P, then office Mama P have concern about the big house on the hill. Peter Phillips can have concern about the big house on the hill. 18 degrees not go investigate you and find out say you're a criminal. You take down you make the thing have to come down off of the ear. You got Africa to talk about free press. When just the other day TV you have to take back down something when they put out against you. And you come talk about framework. Just the other day look a shooting go on before the election. and TVJ Cameron go there. And police are bad him up, say if he back up. And if he not back up, he might charge him. This man talk about legal framework. Eh? So how can we take this parliament serious? Your neck back for your one time, so I stop drop off a tree and splash out. Look at your neck back. For your pum yam. Come on your neck back about legal framework. Go get a legal neck back.
Manchester South would immediately recall that the National Security Council was established in this way, where a member of the opposition from time to time...
Laughing stock, you take the people them for. You think a joke? Laughing stock. Like we sick, like we are a bunch of mad
the
people.
The Disaster Risk Council is an established position.
Where? You're Dave.
And we have
to
always
certify
said, let us use that, but you won't want to use the Disaster Risk Council.
See, next one spy there, I'm telling you this blood clot. That guy who sit down back him is a spy. Them plant him in a Jamaica. You know see which party him is a part of? You know see which party him join? Him is a spy. These guys not just in our parliament by accident. Them a spy. Them a agent of somebody. This guy, a UK born, bigger opportunity in the UK. For more money you want it there. Bigger and better opportunity in the UK more than for going in a government. He can get one job in the UK, we pay the same as government member. That's how you go. He can get a job. He can go study a doctor. Doctor get good pay. No? He can go to a surgeon specialist. There's so much things, so much opportunity in the UK. Saying we pay better than we might get in a parliament, apart from when we thief. And this guy left UK, the land of milk and honey. If you go to Jamaica, go sit in a parliament, you have to be a spy. These people are agent of something or someone.
What about the Israel man? We never hear him yet in a parliament.
I don't think him in there again. Come here, look, I don't see him. The Israel spy, where did I run off down a Clarendon?
He must have completed work.
The Israel, remember, they never a member of parliament to have Israel, you know. When they hear them talk about Mark Gold and they denounce citizenship and this, then they have an Israel man in the parliament. But I don't know them, but they must be making gone off of the radar. Incomplete mission and gone. See me, David? But there's no way we must listen to these things from Andrew Holness because he not certify. He don't certify him a criminal. So I don't take him serious. I don't know if I don't take him serious, but I don't take him serious until he certify. And the thing about it, Dennis Chung said nothing wrong for him have 28 bank account. And a Dennis Chung then vote for to be the head of FID. Andrew Holness Steve the money for my education minister and pay Rural Reid to take the fall for him. See Juliet Holness Steve people land. Bird and feather flock together. Juliet and Andrew Holness is two accomplices. Them a thief. Them be charged giantly. I mean, say Harry Strong sick. Me I pray to God he just dead and not come back out of the hospital. Me I pray say even if he come out of the hospital, me I pray say he never come back off of the bed when I lie down pan. Me I pray say Harry Strong turn vegetable upon that bed. No. Till if one next flood water come in, drown in our house.
No.
Or when the earthquake come in house, drop down upon him.
Jesus.
Me I pray to God Harry Strong never recover out of his sickness. Me I pray say the next news my hear about Harry Strong a dead more years in sickness kill him.
No. Baby.
These people there's no mercy for the merciless. Me no have sympathy for wicked, you know. So I just make you know. Me I pray to the universe. Don't make Harry Strong come back off of bed when he lie down pan. Make him stay there and get make him get bed sore and body rotten off.
No.
Make him lie down till he get bed sore. Him body whole and back and him body rotten out.
Stop it.
Make him turn down there and turn make him lie down there half dead and rotten pan in bed.
No, baby, I want to say that.
Yeah man, make him stay upon the bed and rotten. And when time the earthquake come in house, drop down upon him.
Structures and set up another structure. That's what you want me to do? No, I am making my point.
You have a point of order, opposition leader. No, opposition leader. Your mic is not on as yet. Okay, thank you.
The Prime Minister is again misleading the House. We have never objected to the use of the Disaster Risk Management Act and the Disaster Council, Risk Management Council, Disaster Risk Council, as the framework for dealing with disasters. We have perhaps objected to some of the things that happened during the pandemic in terms of the use of orders to create criminal offenses, but that's a different matter. The framework itself is robust and sound. It has been marginalized and put into OPM. And NARA is being established as a new framework. And all I'm saying is, if you want this to be a national effort, it would be a good idea, in my view, to include the opposition in the governance structure of NARA. If it's a statutory body, all you have to do is in the schedule which establishes its composition, include 1 or 2 members appointed by the leader of the opposition. That is standard, it is done. There are many examples in our law of that, many, including things like the Early Childhood Commission and the Parenting Commission. The Disaster Risk Council itself has the leader of the opposition as a member. And there are many, many others. So there's no rocket science to do this. It's just a question of political will and whether you think it's appropriate or not. And clearly you don't.
Just like that.
So, again, the attempted clarification has not made the position of the opposition any clearer to me.
Mommy.
When we met, I explained that there is the Disaster Risk Management Act, which already incorporates the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition went out and said, we want a different management structure, even before I had announced NARA. No, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear. I want to be clear.
Why?
At the start of my presentation, Madam Speaker, I went to great lengths to explain that the disaster is being managed in 3 different lines of effort. The management of the relief is under ODPEM and the National Disaster Risk Council. The management of recovery is also partially under ODPEM and the National Disaster Risk Council. Some parts of it are privately led, for example, JPS or the telecommunications. They are incorporated. The reconstruction effort, however, by virtue of the time it takes, the funding that has to go to it, is not considered a part of the disaster management, as it were. Because once you go through relief, then you go through recovery. Then now you're into reconstruction.
Jesus.
And so the reconstruction is a separate phase that has to be managed in a particular way. It has to have not just oversight, but executive functioning. And that's a big difference. Now, before the leader of the opposition attempted to clarify and broke my thoughts, I was about to say that there are some examples of participation of the opposition in advisory functions, not in the executive functions of government. I pointed out the National Security Council for one, the Disaster Risk Council is another, and we could put in place an advisory body, as I had indicated before, of eminent Jamaicans, of members of there will be decisions that have to be made that require strong political and social discourse. The member from Westmoreland, for example, raised the issue of land settlement in Westmoreland. Now, I don't see how the government is going to treat with the land settlement issues. without incorporating the opposition. Because let's say, member from Westmoreland Eastern, that there is a community that is at risk.
Brother, you talk something different from what Mark Golden I say. You just talk one whole heap of nothing. You not address what Mark Golden I said to you. You jot and talk one story. We don't come for story. Just get straight to the point. Just get straight to the point. You just go around and waste with time. We don't have no time for waste, brother, because we know you have time waste. Just get straight to the point. And I know you not answer what Mark Golden I say. You know, you talk something different from what Mark Golden I say. Some don't understand what you say.
And it is assessed that we have to relocate them to better, higher ground. And there is some political suspicion. The program is stalled. So we already factored in our development of how we're going to administer NARA, that there has to be the inclusion of the opposition. And I want it to be clear that I don't need to be threatened. I just want that to be clear. I am not going to...
So about this you come with. Let me hear what you say.
...accept any threats about if you know. No, that is not the spirit. No, that's what he said.
You can't say anything, because remember you say you're ready for war. You say for war, a war. Where you come talk about? Where you try to say? Are you alone to talk like, hey, I try to behave myself tonight in a big nose. So don't disrupt my mood in the night here.
I publicly not talk to you, because PNP never say nothing.
So are we your address? We're ready for you. I remember you're not going to see it. If it is up to we alone, maybe you downtown, you sit down and I'm out of rubbish sheep. Call out of your big house and move you out if it is up to we alone. So nobody with we here, brother. Just go declare asset before you can talk to we. You never know way, shape, from farm to talk to we. To we are nobody. You're a thief. We don't like thief. We just do not like thief, because thief can't tame in. So until the proof says he's not a thief, just behave a look yourself in our parliament. Before we come move, evacuate your house on the hill. You can remember, if you want to catch one scammer with enough money, and in house, remember when you take away scammer them money, sometimes when you take over their house, because they can't prove how they come by. So you're there on broad time, you know. You soon lose the house if you can't talk or you come by.
He said, if you are genuine, if you are serious, then let us, as leaders...
You's not a genuine guy. You's not a genuine guy. Go and declare asset. Go sign the code of conduct. Lift the gag order we have in a parliament. Give the media free access to your criminal court case. Tell Jamaica say you sue the government, you sue whole Jamaica, including the Integrity Commission. So how can we listen to you, brother? You're a dopey bat. Of
the court.
Now listen to you. You're not a waste of time.
Let us as leaders talk one-on-one without our conversations. I mean, you know, look. Let me be clear.
Let me tell you this. We the opposition leader, we not look no friend. We never get elected parliament if we go turn friend. We not get elected if we go do the people them business. So this is not a friend thing. We cannot do the same job and have to be friends so long as we in there for the same result, which is serving the people and serving them right. This is not a friend thing. So don't bother feel like your Mark Golden can be no for my friend. You can sweet him up or try science him. Like when you do Mama P. Because remember, Obe Mama P, you know. Just like when you want to go Obe Richard Curry, you know. Don't let me talk the things them, you know.
Any lies, any misinformation, you know, we have stood by and we have allowed it. That's fine. Now is a disaster. The consequences of misleading people in a disaster is a disaster.
But you just mislead the people them. When I talk about PNP, I distribute food and only I get to PNP supporter. And you know that is a life and a pit of hell. Because we see Van in a Westmoreland, in a Ian Hills constituency, and him not have no knowledge about it. And a labor right them I look for and I give the food them. We have evidence. So the labor right them I do it. Where is the evidence? Stop misleading the house. Stop misleading the house. But this is a labor right tactics. They like use human psychology. They like flip the script. You understand? They like tell you what them I do and make it look like the opposition I do it. I saw them operate. What them I do, them always talk what them I do, but them blame somebody else say them I do it. I saw them operate. You don't have to watch how them move.
In itself. And if you are truly a part of the government, then you must act like a part of the government and be responsible in your pronouncement.
But he's not a responsible man. When they ask you about what you think about Donald Trump and bombing so-called drugs boat, you no side with Donald Trump. Remember you side with Donald Trump, you know. When you well know says no drugs boat. Because if it was drugs boat, maybe you'd get locked up because if drugs are coming at Ian Fleming's airport, one not keep silent. The amount of drugs are coming at Jamaica, one not keep silent. It could never be drugs boat. Because you, Jamaica would be one I target too. Because the amount of drugs, remember America bust enough drugs that come at Jamaica too, you know. So if it was drugs, Jamaica would be on the list too. If I did drugs boat, because how the drugs them reach at Jamaica? How no friend them bringing the drugs to Jamaica? You damn well know selling on drugs. You take side with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is a madman. I put everybody life at risk in the Caribbean just because he want to thief people oil. This is America. America is a destruction country. Venezuela, they own a country. They don't have to do no business with America. Them are their own a country. They're supposed to choose not to do any business with America. What the fuck Donald Trump not gonna look different people? And America is not God. If Venezuela decides say we not do no business with no brother, we do business with China and Russia. What the problem about that? So America really the troublemaker in this. America is the troublemaker. America the troublemaker. Trump a troublemaker. If Venezuela decides say we not do no business with you, so fucking what? Then just not do no business with America. What a big deal about that? So we then choose not to do business with America. What a big deal about that? Is Venezuela not own they don't own a country and can't make their own rules? Suppose they choose not to do no business with America. What the fuck wrong with that? Then you say America the problem. America put a whole of blood clot the Caribbean life in a risk just because they want to thief people oil. Badness you want to use with the military. Want to use the military now go intimidate one country to take over their resources. I don't support this type of fuckery. When you check it out, America the troublemaker. America the troublemaker around the world. America go right around the world go make big trouble. And them are the trouble and them are the problem upon the blood clot earth. America the problem upon earth. Now America, the people them who are in America. These people are the problem. These people are the same Satan that I tell you about. America run by Satan. America operate and run by Satan. Oh, turn on the mic.
No. House leader.
Oh,
You can point about after.
Madam Speaker, we will now have a statement by
We need to hear what go on. But we don't want to hear the mic them not for lock off. Now we cannot believe we send the workers them go work now. And then lock off mic. That not supposed to happen.
Member from St. Catherine and Northwest, and the member from Portland Eastern.
We need to hear every talking that take place in the Parliament.
I ask Prime Minister that based on your analysis and the numbers you have received, is the 6.7 billion sufficient? And if not, what % of what you think we need over the next 3 to 5 years is the 6.7 billion? Thank you.
Hold on, Prime Minister.
I had raised the issue of your electronic distribution, the moving from electronic and the human rights implications in relation to persons who didn't have IDs and stuff here.
$6.8 billion. $6.8 billion is sufficient. We couldn't expect to borrow everything that we need. And we will have to fund some of it from our own revenues, which is why I've been emphasizing that we need to keep the economy going. Let's get back to normal quickly.
We can't get back to normal.
Envelope. I'm certain.
Andrew, there's Jamaica can't get back to normal until the rest of parish them come back on their feet. So this normal we are talking about is an illusion. Because you can't get back normal with half of the country and talk about it is normal. That is not normal, that is abnormal. So any normal you talk about when the whole of Jamaica go back better than how they stay before. So this urgency we depend, if we put this urgency and if we get back the people them back on them foot. And that's the only normalcy if you talk about.
It's not going to cover everything, but it is far more than we have ever had, and it is certainly a significant part of what we will need. It's very hard to estimate. The asset damage is 8.8 billion. So we have been given 6.7 billion. So that's substantial. Remember now, some of the asset damage is not on the account of government. Some of the asset damage would be hotels which are privately owned, businesses which are privately owned. So a large part, in other words, I'm certain that
JPS, which are 80% privately owned. JPS, which is 80% privately owned. So JPS is not part of our spending either, because 80% privately owned. Say I talk about hotel and other business were privately owned. JPS, majority are privately owned. But I don't hear mention JPS because I don't want to thief the money through JPS.
we will cover what is on the government's balance sheet with this amount of money that is loaned to us. No.
Isaac Buchanan.
I would love to allow you. However, there's a member on the government side who would like to ask a question after the questions were responded to, and it is not being allowed. So I will turn over to House Leader.
Isaac Buchanan.
House.
Isaac Buchanan. Answer Isaac Buchanan question.
House Leader.
Juliet Holness. Look, you see where Juliet Holness are though? Juliet Holness now and Holness answer Isaac Buchanan question about this digital system. Juliet, big dirty stink, dirty boring girl, Juliet. Allow your thief and man to make answer Isaac Buchanan question before you go to the House Leader. Andrew Holness, answer Isaac Buchanan question. Isaac Buchanan. Isaac Buchanan question.
The member from Portland East.
Isaac Buchanan question.
So Prime Minister was to respond.
Isaac Buchanan question. Isaac Buchanan question. Juliet, go suck your mother and come out of the parliament, worrying girl.
Asked a question regarding
digital
human rights of persons will be respected when we transition to the mainstreaming of the relief effort. Yes, notice we use the term vouchers, both physical or electronic. And in our traditional standard way of giving social support, members, the persons who receive it, are required to have some.
You see where who in Juliet just had to look a while. Delano, why not take out a blood clot mad side girl out of bomb clot parliament? Why not take out a side girl out of parliament? Because the way I see her hug him up and have to feel girl, you know. The fucking dirty warring house speaker want the thieving man not to answer Isaac Buchanan question. It's so much time she talk about, she go pass it on to the house leader, Juliet Holness. You know more would I like Rhoda Crawford for breed for trophy, man. Would I like Rhoda Crawford for breed for trophy, man, in a real life. Would I like Rhoda Crawford breed for your man in a real life. You know? Would I like Rhoda Crawford bring belly in a parliament and can show you. Say man are the best baby father for show. You know? You know why Andrew Holness answer Isaac Buchanan question. You see why we are saying dirty whoring Juliet Holness is a conflict of interest in our parliament. These are the things we are talking about. Dirty nasty whoring Juliet Holness not in our parliament. Big dirty foot ginger toe Juliet Holness not in our parliament. She's a conflict of interest. She no want a man to answer Isaac Buchanan question. When them tell him say Isaac Buchanan question, she want the house leader to take over and continue without a man answer Isaac Buchanan question. These are the things we talk about when we say conflict of interest. This big foot whoring girl for come out of a parliament. This big foot whoring girl for just evacuate her dirty whoring self out of a parliament. This is, when we talk about conflict of interest, that's what we are talking about. That's what we are talking about. It's how she maga don't like she have AIDS. It's how she maga don't like she have AIDS.
Some form of identification. It is the requirement of our government that persons who are receiving benefits from the government have some form of identification. In this phase of the relief, that was not instituted. There was no request or requirement for persons to produce IDs. I am being clear. There was no directive from the government of Jamaica for anyone to produce any form of ID. I am not saying it didn't happen. I have heard things being said. We have not received any formal reports of that, but we were very clear to the agents, including the JDF, including the Ministry of Labour and Social.
All right. You see that now? C44, CW44. You see that now? Either come like one man will tell lie say him have sex with one girl. Like no one man will go tell lie say him have sex with one girl. And when him see a girl that pass him say, oh no, so I just not that girl last night. And the same thing. He might get to one praise way in a real. So even if they might address him like that, him no say not real. So he like something wrong with him brain. Like so him sick, you know. We know if you know that Andrew Holness is a sick guy. So if him have people address him as president, and him answer, he's sick. So that is no big deal because that can never happen in Jamaica. Him is a clown. See me David? Because him live an illusion. You know? I'm can do time travel. Is either I can do time travel why him, people are calling president when we sure know say him is no president of Jamaica. He can't announce that. He can't announce that in Jamaica, you know. That he cannot announce that in Jamaica. So if he want to go out and he look at thief in friend and address him like that, for him feel good. It's okay with we. You understand? So we know say I'm sick.
Social security. No. Madam Speaker, just to be clear, in doing this, we always have a provision where we enable persons to be properly documented. As is the case with, for example, the Solidarity Program. When persons are applying, if they don't have the requisite identification, we support them in getting the necessary.
All right. in a recovery process like that, you don't need no documentation to get assistant. You don't need no documents. Why you need documents? It's obvious you get affected by this thing. From you live in a which part this tornado go, you have to get affected some shape, form, way, somehow. You don't need no documents to prove say you are the person will get affected. You don't need no documents to prove that. The document will prove say you get affected. So what the purpose of documents? Because documents can't prove say you get affected, you know. The documents that them ask for forgiveness and relief, it can't prove say you don't get affected. So what the purpose of it? This is a way for get the people them information for enroll it in a needs. Remember the World Bank president say them have to work for one way how to digitalize Jamaica and the government. Andrew come and say them far and then way for that. All of the place them transition to digital system. So them plan and send a tornado come to Jamaica for mess up things. And I try blackmail the people them now say if you can't show we say are you them this are you them that we're not gonna help you. It is just a trick to get to no information to put it in our needs. It is just a trick because what Satan want to do again, enslave back the African them again, the original people again. And remember them tell we say our ancestors them put we in a slavery. And nothing is new under the sun. Remember, you have to watch a word of them use, you know, because them can't tell you straight for we figure it out easy. When you check it out now, based on a reality, for no history, since no absence in this realm. Everything what the government system do, it not really for benefit you. And the other day when the COVID come, you see say the government them want to elect, selling out for some big corporation. And that not happen in the eye. You see say this thing want to call government, want to claim say want to hug up. And really on the enemy. The government want to hug up, and really on the enemy. 2020 for sure no say the government choose to side with some big corporation than UNO where then go in a parliament to go represent. And on top of that, after the government take these things from these big corporations for go on in no hand, they make sure telling us you can't sue them. You know, sister, these people are enemy. The government system, the whole government system, the structure designed to keep we in a slavery. And slavery is not what them telling you what will take place like how them portray. No, we are going through slavery now. And because we get unruly and figure out how the thing work, them want trap we in this digital system for control. Remember, you know, them want turn the world in a digital prison. With so much million people live across the world, we're going to sit back and make the same people branch off in a different corporation all over the world. The same set of people them, you know. But then branch off right around the world and have some different name and operator under. And I use your own. Them allow your own if you can get the overseer job for them. And give it some fancy name. And well pay them good for them feel like they accomplish something. But really and truly, they are just the watcher. Because without we, the matrix crash, you know. Without we, the matrix crash. So the government duty is just to keep the matrix alive. The government duty is just to make we keep the matrix alive. Because without we, the matrix crash. You know, with us, so we're not participating in the matrix anymore. All of the veil come off on our eye. So the government system is just to keep you in check. So with this digital prison when them a plan and this one world currency and one world government, Are we going to sit back and allow these people to put in a captivity again after we figure out and know that the devil is nothing good? Remember, we grandparents them live through the system and then serve them. We great-grand live through the system and then serve them. Why we are continue with this system? We're just a bunch of people to make rules and law for the whole of it. When everybody have free mind, everybody know you don't have 1-2 person on earth. Everybody is different and unique. Why we are going to get confined by a group of people now for program and tell you how to live? Why we choose to live like this? When this type of living don't really suit we. I just ask myself, why we continue in this type of system when I suit we. The system only create disease, a weapon of mass destruction for self-destruct. We self-destruct ourselves with it. The system never have nothing offer, nothing good. The system don't offer nothing good to you as a God a trad show. The system fuck up. And with the agenda, Andrew on this one carry out for the World Bank, because the World Bank president come and say he want to digitalize Jamaica. So it is not Andrew on this idea for digitalize Jamaica. It's the World Bank president come and say that. And we never vote for the World Bank. So you know think about this thing. We never vote for the World Bank, We never say the World Bank president and none I campaign them. We never stamp on none I campaign trail them. But in coming to Jamaica, and I say when the Prime Minister talk how to digitalize Jamaica and the government, I will never vote for the World Bank. This not make you not think. And so wonder, and this not you not feel no way when you hear these things. As so you get comfortable in the matrix still, you not question nothing.
Identification and documentation. So yes, we want to support and we do protect the dignity of all Jamaicans, and the dignity of all Jamaicans include that they have some form of identification as required.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do have significant ground to cover today, so I'm going to ask that the Minister of Water, ask the members to appreciate when we go through the questions time and you close and give the Prime Minister a chance to answer, that we know there may always be more that arise, but we ask that we...
All right. The Minister of Water come now, Matthew Samoda. This youth from England. I tell him the same is a spy. Remember him of the Jamaican people that drink E. coli in the water until today, One time for we look at Bridget in Montego Bay. Did I talk about it? Remember them never did do nothing about it, Then change up everybody in a water commission. So the secret can come out. Remember, they have the whole of Kingston and St. Andrew. I drink E. coli in the water and them never treat it. Because them did say nothing no go so lie them I tell. And they never treat it. And Matthew Samoda is that guy responsible for water. Him is a spy in a Jamaica. Believe. He might work for somebody.
Get the understanding so that we can move to the other matters. And we do want to take Minister's chuck to end that debate today as well. So, Minister Samoda.
Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you. These things up. Madam Speaker, I rise to update the nation and indeed the Parliament on the outcome of Jamaica's participation at COP30, which recently concluded in Belém, Brazil. Jamaica demonstrated our commitment to climate action
with the ratification of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1995, the Kyoto Protocol in 1999, the Paris Agreement in 2017, and the Doha Amendment of the Kyoto Protocol in 2020. The country has been actively engaged.
Climate change is just a vehicle where they want to use for kind of enslave back the people them. Climate change is just a vehicle where these demons want to use for enslave back the people them. Everything what them are do now, them are blame it on climate change. Everything what them are do, them are blame it on climate change. So climate change is a vehicle now for implement all of these things that they want to implement. Them are going to use climate change to implement them. Climate change is the vehicle. Just notice the type of people them who push this climate change thing. Hey, so the Matrix.
Engaged in negotiation across these treaties and therefore has been instrumental in shaping the global climate agenda. A COP, or a Conference of the Parties, is a yearly meeting of countries that are parties to the UNFCCC. It is a formal global negotiating forum where countries review progress under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, adopt decisions, and launch political finance initiatives as well. COP meetings combine formal negotiations, legal texts and decisions with numerous side events, ministerial roundtables, and high-level.
You never see one rat when dropping an aisle backer. You never see rat when they dropping an aisle backer. Or when they wet up. Look for a rat when they wet up.
Political discussions. Madam Speaker, COP30 was held between November 10th and 21st and was dubbed the Adaptation COP, the COP of truth, and held under the theme Delivering Climate Justice to focus on strengthening multilateralism and
these people have to be spy in Jamaica. These people get planted in the government. Believe. My spirit will tell me that. These guys get planted in this government. These people, they get planted. The job is set up for him, the guy here. This job set up for him. He did not forget the job because they plant him in the party.
Accelerating the implementation of climate goals. This event and its related sessions provided an opportunity to continue the call for urgent.
What look upon your eye face? Look upon your eye. Look upon your eye face. I don't know. Look upon your eye face. Eh?
Action.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Financing, mitigation action, trading in carbon emissions, building resilience, addressing loss and damage associated with climate change, maintaining the provisions of the Paris Agreement regarding the special circumstances of SIDS and least developed countries, and increasing climate finance. Madam Speaker, I was honored to have led Jamaica's delegation, supported by Ambassador Dale Weber, Special Envoy for Climate Change, members of the Climate Change Branch, and the Attorney General's chambers, and other members of the government, as well as academia. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's participation in the sessions provided an opportunity to champion and advocate for the country's national climate change priorities in the deliberations. This call was made more urgent following October 28th when Hurricane Melissa made catastrophic landfall, devastating over half of the island and changing the lives of every Jamaican and the landscape of the country in the immediate future. Jamaica's mission at COP30 was not only for the country's positions to be included in the final outcomes of the sessions, but that the world would see that climate change demands that we change. Change in how we respect the science, in how we build with resilience, and most importantly, how we finance the necessary activities needed to build resilience and to mitigate future disasters. Change, Madam Speaker, is certainly how we survive. Jamaica's key objective at COP30 was to secure operational predictable finance for adaptation, resilience, and loss and damage, certainly including access modalities appropriate for SIDS. Anchor and defend the 1.5-degree limit with clear plans and milestones, while also pushing for quicker grant-based adaptation finance and simplified access procedures. With this goal in mind, Madam Speaker, several working meetings and bilateral engagements were undertaken with the following entities to further this target, including, but not limited to, the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the Climate Investment Fund, the IDB, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Global Environment Facility, the NDC Partnership, the Green Climate Fund, and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, otherwise known as a CDRI. Madam Speaker, I met with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and their team. For note, for colleagues, this fund is housed at the World Bank as per the COP decision of 2028 in Dubai. Of note, the FRLD has a current total of $250 million for disbursement in its first installment commencing December 15, 2025. And each country is able to access between 5 and 20 million with a maximum of 2 projects. Discussions were successful and concluded with the following expectations. An invitation has been extended to the FRLD Executive Director to visit Jamaica on a working mission, and notification was formally given of Jamaica's intent to submit 2 projects to the FRLD, one for budgetary support to government through programs, and the other through a direct access entity, which is likely to be JSIF. These projects would be for water and agriculture sectors. Madam Speaker, these meetings were highly successful. They have agreed to come on that working visit, and they have indicated in writing that they will be minded to support Jamaica's application for $20 million, which is the maximum allowable by country, from the fund, and we'll be submitting on December 15th. Madam Speaker, we further met with the Climate Investment Fund. These meetings discussed 2 particular modalities of access to financing, and they really were looking at what you would expect, including microgrids, power solutions for water systems, solar power generators, solar panels, and certainly increased water storage. The 2 modalities that the CIF have include the Clean Technology Fund, which offers clean technology for rapid solutions. The emphasis for Jamaica was on the energy for the water sector, and US $50 million has been made available by the CIF through the World Bank as a part of the World Bank's envelope at highly concessional rates. These to be announced shortly. The second modality discussed with the CIF included the PPCR project. Though previously complete in Jamaica, a request has already been dispatched for an extraordinary allocation of US $20 million to be allocated as grant funding. The intention is to complete the processes associated with this program to allow for disbursement before the end of the calendar year. The implementing partner for this project is the IDB, and the project will be managed locally by the PIOJ and will obviously include climate resilient projects in the agriculture and water sector, as the PPCR project would have been designed for and should be known to members on the other side as it would have started in 2014. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we would have engaged with the GEF, being the Global Environment Facility. We would have had a working meeting with Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, their CEO of the GEF, and from that meeting we have received confirmation of a grant of an initial $3 million US, Madam Speaker, to assist small-scale farmers and the fisheries sector. This support is immediately available to the government, and we are finalizing submission for a further $6 million to be made available to the government within 6 months. Madam Speaker, I have already engaged my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, and will form a project working group to finalize a submission ahead of the December 2025 board meeting. This submission for the first $3 million will be around restarting the fisheries sector, certainly in Black River. Madam Speaker, we further engaged with the Caribbean Development Bank, and from that engagement, for technical assistance, we received a relief grant of 500,000 US dollars to help with the technical work that has to be done for engaging other climate finance agencies. We also would have engaged the NDC partnership. The NDCs, for those who are not familiar, refer to the Nationally Determined Contributions. It is a mechanism under the UNFCCC. Jamaica would have previously co-chaired with the UK government the NDC partnership. We would have received commitment for significant technical assistance through the NARA Prime Minister, and they will be assisting us with further submissions to the GCF and other funding bodies. The Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, which is primarily funded by the Indian government, has also committed significant technical support. This support will be in the NARA and will ensure that we have sufficient technical leads, meaning engineers, architects, etc., for the work that we'll be doing. And this will assist us with bilateral proposals, especially to the Indian government, who have already indicated their own support. Madam Speaker, this is to be noted that these funding mechanisms that have been outlined are separate from the GCF. The GCF, Madam Speaker, is the largest source or mechanism related to climate finance globally. Further discussions are continuing with the GCF. Of note,
and even like you're not born on Indian government.
We have confirmed 2 working visits with GCF executives to finalize submissions to the board that analyzes GCF projects. Currently, we have passed the technical review stage for over 170 million US dollars of projects
Block 23
that are scheduled
duty.
to go to the GCF board over the next
Block
2 cycles,
23.
the March board meeting and the June board meeting.
In our name, you know,
expect to complete that
every
work
dollar
through their 2
in our name.
working meetings. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica delegation to COP30 successfully advanced discussions with key international partners, securing significant financial and technical support opportunities for climate resilience and post-Melissa recovery. The meetings resulted in potential commitments for additional grants, significant offers for concessional loans through the World Bank envelope, and technical assistance. The outcomes position...
I'm going to tell you, say, all of these grants, you know, they come with some form of strings attached, you know. All of these grants, with them are pouring in Jamaica, it come with a lot of strings attached. All of these grants come with Anansi Web attached to it. And look a bit from now, you're going to understand a bit that I'm telling about. All of these grants, what you see them I get from America, them come with strings attached. Believe, in this day and age, in this time, every grant them I get from America come with strings attached. Not only America, but all the strings attached. Believe.
Jamaica to attract, as you would have heard in the breakdown, additional financing, a financing mix of US $93.5 million.
I hear that.
To the leader of the opposition's point earlier, that is $23.5 million in...
Remember, United States government, them follow what going in Jamaica. And they must know say Andrew Holness in a court for thieving taxpayer money. They must know say Andrew Holness use charity money by stocks and bonds in personal self. America know all of these things because they have the elite, they have the spy in Jamaica. See? So they know everything what going in Jamaica. And if they still can take up so much money and pump into Andrew Holness, the Andrew Holness government, there's a hidden agenda. When I say they will not forget the help, but there's a hidden agenda. There's a hidden agenda. These whole heap of gifts and grants then come with strings attached to it. Then come with strings attached to it. And it does come so. It come with strings attached to it. There's some more people that say, read the fine print. And the fine print them not tell you no. In this arrangement. The fine print, you not gonna know about it. But it come with strings attached. You know, it's a come so.
Grants and $20 million of drawdown from the Loss and Damage Fund, with $50 million being absorbed in the World Bank's. Yes, correct. And as I said, we have passed the technical review stage of over $170 million of grant financing review from the GCF, which we expect to go to the board in March and in June. Based
All right. When you see the Royal Bank, a member from the Royal Bank in Jamaica, and go up on a platform and talk, say, Andrew Holness deal with the recovery process the best. And my talk, the things that she talk about Andrew Holness and the Melissa recovery process, it is a lie. So that again is an next hidden agenda. Why should not come out in a lie for the Prime Minister when the reality is far from what she come on the platform can talk and broadcast this madness to the world to make people around the world think say Andrew Holness a deal with. So there's a hidden agenda. Why so much people from the Royal Bank in Jamaica? Why so much people from the Royal Bank in Jamaica? Jamaica is that special.
Respective projects. Madam Speaker, to provide greater oversight
You may tell Asha,
accessing the funds mentioned,
you have to be a hidden agenda.
government will be establishing a climate finance committee comprising members of the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Ministry of Economic
Remember Jamaica people still drink the shit water because they never do nothing about
and the
it.
Development Bank of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, Jamaica must continue to advocate in forums such as COP30 because the world must indeed keep the 1.5 degree target alive. Not as a slogan, but certainly as a lifeline. Because for us, it's not about politics or pledges. 30 seconds. It's about people, our farmers, our fishers, our children, and our right to a prosperous future. Thank you.
Is there anyone from the opposition responding? Response from St. Mary Central.
But just a listen to voice note, I couldn't hear it.
You talk your mind. You see what happened though. Andrew Holness knows him if I go step down and he wants his wife to take over. So me see upon one of the YouTube channel not too long ago, Juliet Holness now turn evangelist, some crap like that. What she had tried to win over the people so the people can let she take over as government, because a lot of people have said no. Even in our party, in the JLP party, have said no. They do not want her to be the next government. Boy, we really have to pray, you know? Because them can work, them brains. But anyhow, the JLP, die-hearted, fully done, decide them to go vote she in to take over as government. God will turn Jamaica upside down.
It's not going to happen, man. It can't happen.
You see, we could, Julia Holness, I see a video of her at a funeral talking about God. Is she serious? What she need to do is to go repent of all the blood that she have in her hand and confess and stop abusing the Lord's name. That wicked and evil woman.
So, Juliet Holness could never take over for Andrew Holness. Not in a full country. So that is that's a madness. Let's see which part. We still want to hear from, look on Favored Williams. Want somebody that's sitting pan her. Look on dirty Favored Williams. Feel bad Williams. Eh? What a woman disgusting in our parliament.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Eh?
I thank the Minister for his
and dirty Andrew, look on
participation at COP30.
Look how far the camera show Andrew, you can identify his nose. His nose stands out.
It's a lived experience of every Jamaican, especially after the catastrophic landfall of Hurricane Melissa, which devastated more than half of our island and destroyed years of development in a matter of hours.
Tell them.
Madam Speaker, I acknowledge the Minister's efforts and the engagement held at COP30. But with the scale of destruction we face, the country needs clarity, not just contact. We need measurable outcomes, not only meetings, but we need a plan to ensure we can properly maximize the possibilities. COP30 was the adaptation COP. Yet, we have no updated national adaptation plan. The minister reported extensive bilateral meetings, but I haven't heard a word about our national adaptation plan, which is the foundational instrument required under the global goal on adaptation. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's national adaptation plan is overdue. Without it, we cannot maximize access to loss and damage. We cannot justify adaptation finance, and we cannot coordinate reconstruction across ministries and municipal corporations. This must be tabled and debated as a matter of urgency. I quote the IMF's assessment of Jamaica's preparedness. Madam Speaker, in 2023, the IMF, in their Climate Public Investment Management Assessment, stated that progress has been made in the development of a comprehensive climate change policy framework and in planning for disaster risk financing. However, coordination across the central government and with municipal corporations is weak, with no institution positioned strategically to lead either adaptation or mitigation-related investments. This is not the opposition posturing. This is a direct quote from the IMF. It underscores, Madam Speaker, a structural weakness that the minister's presentation does not address. And now that Jamaica has access to $6.7 billion in reconstruction financing, coordination is not optional. It is urgently required. Where's the national roadmap for climate resilient reconstruction? Madam Speaker, the minister referenced a proposed climate finance committee. This is welcome, but it is not sufficient. Jamaica needs a national roadmap for a phased move to climate resilient infrastructure, including 1, the identification of the lead institution responsible for climate resilient investment across government. 2, a prioritized and costed project pipeline of roads, bridges, schools, drains, coastal defenses, water systems, health facilities, and agriculture. And learning loss is one of the major consequences of climate change. 3, a financing and disbursement schedule aligned with the $6.7 billion envelope. 4, transparent project appraisal criteria grounded in the 2023 climate change policy framework. And 5, periodic reporting to Parliament on the progress and measurable resilience outcomes. The minister may argue that these do not fall within his portfolio. I disagree. Every vulnerable institution falls within the portfolio, and it is the responsibility of the minister to hold his colleagues accountable to ensure that climate considerations are taken into account every time a policy decision is made. Madam Speaker, without a roadmap, the country will rebuild vulnerable, and this House cannot allow that. The minister reports that Jamaica intends to submit 2 projects to the Loss and Damage Fund. But, Madam Speaker, the fund begins disbursement in 2 weeks. We need confirmation of the project concepts, the submission dates, expected timelines for approval, clear identification of the direct access entity. We cannot rebuild homes on intentions.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, we actually the member be given 3 minutes to complete his presentation.
The question is that the member be allowed 3 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Go ahead, member.
Madam Speaker, the minister ended his speech by saying climate action is about people, or farmers, or fishers, or children. On this side, we're in full agreement. Yes. That is why we ask, how many schools will be climate-proofed this fiscal year? Yes. How many microgrids are we looking to install? Yes. How many water systems will become climate resilient? How many farmers will receive support and by when? Yes. Which communities will receive coastal protection? Yes. None of these details were outlined in the minister's presentation. Madam Speaker, we welcome Jamaica's participation at COP30. We cannot simply attend, though. Jamaica must benefit from COP. Yes. And I note the commitments coming out of, which amount to about 7% of the required resources to rebuild. With the largest reconstruction package in our history before us, we deserve a clear plan, clear timelines, clear leadership, and clear results. The opposition.
What if I can build an app that works my way with Base 44? My work is chaotic, and I need tools.
More resilient Jamaica. Not in talk, but in tangible outcomes felt by every Jamaican household. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any questions? Member from Port Royal East and a member from Westmoreland Central. I have not seen anyone else. Go ahead, member from Port Royal.
No, it is
East Kingston and Port
East
Royal.
Kingston and Port Royal. Minister, just two clarifications. And just want to be clear that you mentioned that $20 million will be available by the 31st of December under the PPCR project. This is definite, not the financial year, but the end of December. All right. Secondly, in relation to the institutional framework, we're still not too clear of the role of the Development Bank of Jamaica and the JCIF. And probably you could use this opportunity just to explain how they fit in to the matrix, and in that regard also to be specific about the role of the ministry as part of the implementation arm.
Next, member from Westmoreland Central. Turn your mic on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one question, Minister. As it relates to the Clean Technology Fund, I notice it states that US $50 million has been made available by the CIF at DP concessional rates. It goes on to state that opportunities exist for Jamaica to obtain a portion of the funds as grant based on the exceptional circumstances of Hurricane Melissa. What I want to know is what portion can we obtain as a grant, and what do we need to capitalize on the opportunities to obtain such a grant?
Minister, may I proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for their comments and questions. The first one to be addressed is under the UNFCCC framework and the Paris Agreement. The NAP is not past due, as was suggested, which is the National Adaptation Plan. In fact, you had to submit your updated NDCs, which is your nationally determined contributions, in September, which Jamaica met its deadline before you could table your NAP or your LTS, which is your long-term strategy for emissions reductions ahead of 2050. So Jamaica is actually on time and in line with its commitments. To note, in its first NDCs, Jamaica would have been 11th in the world to submit its NDCs. We have, I think we're third in the region this time around with our updated NDCs. And our NDCs in the region were the first to contemplate land use, were the first to contemplate carbon capture and blue carbon from your mangroves, and indeed your carbon capture capacity off of the Pedro Keys. And yes, clearly speaks to your adaptation targets. But Madam Speaker, it's important for those watching both in the House and at home to understand that this was a statement about Jamaica's participation in COP and not a broader thesis on Jamaica's climate change realities, which I'm happy to give the member at the appropriate time. However, I think it's important that we note and be very clear, because these are international obligations. Jamaica will meet its SNAP timelines and obligations, but Jamaica's NAP, being its National Adaptation Plan, will be better informed than the rest of the developing world, because Jamaica has spent the time to develop what's called the JSRAT, the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool, where through a supercomputer, we've analyzed tens of thousands of data points and the entirety of Jamaica's broad-based infrastructure, meaning housing, the JPS grid, the water network, and we are designing our national adaptation plan based on a full analysis of all of our infrastructure weaknesses, of all of our sector realities, whether it is the agriculture or fisheries sector, whether it is our tourism sector. It will create the roadmap to adaptation targets. But let's be very clear. In our public investment appraisal process for infrastructure, Jamaica is the only country in the region that analyzes all investment through the climate lens. That happens now. That happens in the post-IMF era. That is just a reality. So we cannot suggest or accept any suggestion that we do not already contemplate climate risk in our national investment and in our queue of projects. Madam Speaker, Jamaica will complete its SNAP. Jamaica will complete its LTS strategy. But to note, the climate policy that Jamaica has already tabled in this House outlines, I believe, pretty clearly the role of the varying entities in managing climate change. One thing to note, and it would have come, and the member from East Kingston and Port Royal should recall, in the Standing Finance Committee earlier this year, we did discuss the establishment of a climate finance unit to be housed at the Ministry of Finance, and that is going through its process now, which we expect to be complete at the end of the year. I'm not sure about the disruptions to work because of Hurricane Melissa, but certainly it's projected to be done this year. To note, the Climate Finance Committee is to ensure there is no slip while that institutional capacity is being built at the Ministry of Finance. Now, the climate work that we do is undertaken by a number of MDAs, and that is not unique to the climate change space. The ministry does have coordinating authority for the subject area, but as with national security, which has varying agencies that contribute to the security of the nation, you have customs and revenue protection and FID at finance, you have the JDF at OPM, you have varying entities right across government that contribute to your security. Similarly, you have varying entities that contribute to your development plans through the lens of climate adaptation. That is not unique to this particular portfolio. Now, to note, yes, for clarity, the PPCR drawdown is available to us before the end of December. Now, why it is available to us is that Jamaica would have completed its PPCR project, but has a framework in place, meaning the steering committee, the implementing agencies, the oversight capacity is already in place, and the IDB is our partner, implementing partner on the PPCR project. So it doesn't require reinventing or resubmission of the framework to be able to draw down on the funds. Now, this is for resilience works that include water storage, water harvesting, climate smart agriculture, drip irrigation, those sorts of projects. So basically, we'll be re-engaging the project and moving to assist those who have been impacted the most. As it relates to JSIF and DBJ's role, I think you have to differentiate between their role through the GCF lens relative to their role in terms of their national mandates. DBJ, JSIF, and PIOJ are accredited entities of the GCF, meaning they're able to submit projects and receive funding and implement on the nation's behalf. In the context of the GCF, we expect the DBJ to house our Blue-Green Fund, which will then mobilize funds much faster to small-scale projects throughout the country. We expect JSIF to do your infrastructure, integrated type projects, and we expect PIOJ to do your technical work in terms of overseeing the greening of the central bank, which, as you know, is complete, overseeing the ability to list green bond, the project that got the, sorry? Well, the new economy is green. And the management of the country will be green for a very long time, so nothing is wrong with that. But so that's the role in the context of the JSIF. But I think the mandates of DBJ generally are well understood. The mandates of PIOJ and JSIF are well understood. They have participation and membership on your Climate Advisory Board, so they're fully aware of where we're going and what the risks are and what it is we undertake. As it relates to the question from the member from Central Westmoreland, the CIF CTF limits tend to be in the range of $10 million. Because this has been made available to us through an emergency response window, you wouldn't have had a project sitting, waiting in that space. What they have said to us is they've already made available the $50 million to the World Bank as a part of their envelope at deeply, deeply concessional rates, but there is route for Jamaica to submit a project in the range of $10 million that would be converted to grant financing as opposed to debt financing. I think that answers the questions, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of announcements and notice of motions orally.
Announcements? Oh, sorry, the question. Members, the question is that we recommit announcements and notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements?
Also laid on the table are the following. Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper for the financial year 2025-2026, interim report dated 2nd of December 2025, and the annual report of the Office of the Public Defender for the year 2023. Thank you, Madam.
Notices of motions given orally. Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report as laid on the table of the House on the 2nd day of December 2025 be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take that motion.
We're for our purpose in our parliament. Andrew is right, this gear.
Madam Speaker, in public business we will hear from the Minister of Finance as she tables
it's Jay laugh, you know.
Supplement.
He says Jay laugh, you know, so I don't know Minister of Finance, you know. You say, you know, hear the laughing in I'm voice. So we hear what feel bad I come with. Andrew when it's right something come here, you know. But Julian Robinson dead already fair now. What do you mean, my boss?
For the
Up in the
suspension
book.
of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Andrew when it's going to have one string type on your foot, you know. If I go off track, you just pull it. Julian Robinson, when you ask how Andrew Holness name come up and
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is that both motions, the standing order be suspended to take both motions. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Yes, Minister, you may commence. Okay. Bill.
Madam Speaker, before I table the before I refer the third supplementary and fiscal policy paper, interim fiscal policy papers to the PAAC, I'd like to make some comments. Madam Speaker, Alan Gerhard, who was a meteorologist at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for 35 years and helped forecast some of America's largest weather-related disasters, including Hurricane Katrina and the 2011 tornado outbreak in the southeast of the U.S., said, "It is not hyperbole," meaning it's not exaggeration, to say that Western Jamaica experienced something near to the worst tropical cyclone or hurricane impacts our planet can produce. Madam Speaker, he did not say it was the worst the Atlantic Ocean can produce. He said it was the worst hurricane impact our planet can produce. So, Madam Speaker, to the people of Western Jamaica, from Hanover to Westmoreland to St. Elizabeth to parts of Manchester to Trelawney to St. James, I say to the fellow Jamaicans there, we are so deeply sorry for what you and your communities have endured and the devastation you're facing. There are no words to properly capture what you have gone through. We are in awe of the resilience you're showing. Your strength is incredible. We stand with you and want you to know that this government is here to support you in rebuilding your homes, in rebuilding your...
Our best offer of the year is here with Woo. Train smarter, sleep deeper, recover faster.
Electricity, water, telecommunications, and your communities. But most of all, this government is here to help you to rebuild your future. Thank you to the people of Jamaica, the diaspora, Friends of Jamaica, international partners, NGOs or CARICOM partners, countries of the world for the outpouring of support. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the World Bank and the IDB for their global rapid post-disaster damage estimation report. It chronicled every sector of the economy and gave us, in pretty rapid succession, the extent of the damage that we suffered. It also looked on a parish-by-parish basis, and we know now that St. Elizabeth, in terms of the damage, was the worst. 2.3 billion worth of damage. St. James was next at 1.8 billion, and Westmoreland at 1.4 billion. Value of residential damage, including content, total non-residential damage, including content, total infrastructure damage, total agricultural damage. That was what was included in that number. Of note, Madam Speaker, the damage assessment does not include the broader economic losses, which can be about the same or higher than the physical damage for infrastructure, residential, non-residential, and agriculture. So layered on top of that would be the economic loss in terms of business and other disruption of services. Madam Speaker, we can tally up the physical and economic damage. And by now, we have a pretty good handle on that. But Madam Speaker, the greatest unknown is the impact that the Hurricane Melissa has caused on the psyche, which is the soul, the mind, the spirit of Jamaicans who have lost their homes, their belongings, their communities, their churches, and their familiar way of life. In much the same way we are moving with haste to begin the reconstruction, we must include the mental well-being of our people in that process. Madam Speaker, that we are here sitting, and in my case standing, talking about the damage means we're alive to see this day. Not so. Several persons who were reported to have lost their lives. We grieve with those families and ask.
All right, my viewers and subscribers. Feelbad William is in a parliament now. I stand up on behalf of the so-called finance minister. I'm going to play one little piece of information for you. All I'm going to on the chat, I'm going to say, and I feel bad Williams are the finance minister, Andrew Holness. Listen to this here.
Another important matter. So when the tools them out, when I tell you, Favor Williams as the figurehead, she's not a real finance minister. You know who the IMF and the multilateral said made a request to them?
Prime Minister, the most honorable doctor.
Right.
Andrew,
yeah, man.
bro, God.
He's the Minister of Finance. Yeah.
Because it's...
When I hear that, instead of Favor Williams, I make a request to IMF. Andrew Holness name. Andrew Holness, he make a request to Andrew Holness, the finance minister, and I use Feelbad Williams as the figurehead. And then Andrew Holness in our parliament to talk about integrity and all these things. I don't take this guy serious. And then nobody take Andrew Holness serious, most under drugs. Most under drugs. So sometimes I wonder, I don't even call him name, but this thing is serious. So I'm going to hear where the figurehead, Andrew Holness, spokes-lady, and finance, because Andrew Holness is the real finance minister. So I feel like just a figurehead for Andrew Holness. So everything that Favor Williams I read right now, Andrew Holness write it. Because Andrew Holness is the one who look money instead of the finance minister. I deal with all of this thing, Andrew Holness. So Andrew Holness I follow Siaga footstep, because Siaga did the finance minister one at the time. So Andrew Holness is the finance minister, and I lie to the whole of Jamaican say a Favour Williams as the finance minister. So we now wonder how we not hear from the finance minister because Andrew Holness have so much things to deal with. And him and the finance minister in drying out till he get some things off on his shoulder if he can't deal with this, to build up something for come talk, give favour for come talk. Really and truly. So make we hear.
God's blessings on the families and friends as together we assist them to rebuild their lives and their dreams. Madam Speaker, this government's steadfastness in remaining true to fiscal prudence, despite the siren song of some who wanted profligacy and run with it budgets, or steadfastness has served us well.
This type of talking, Andrew Holness talking this. So we are going to listen to him read, and we know who write it. We know what we represent. We're married. Listen.
For 10 straight budgets, we have demonstrated a resolve through different ministers of finance and different administrations over on this side. Jamaica must emerge.
Look for Juliet Cockbird.
Being always
if you are grown dove in a cemetery. If you have a grown dove in a cemetery, what you fuck? How if you are grown dove in a cemetery? At least a thief in one down yourself.
Madam Speaker, there was a particular chart that I had in my budget speech in February of this year, and it had to do with our framework for national natural disaster risk financing. And at the time, I said, Madam Speaker, the commitment...
I'm not really cut Favour Williams still, you know, Black Beauty, but it looked like Melissa passed through Favour Williams' head. I see so the place them burn down at Westmoreland, you know, Centino. So I wonder if Melissa passed through Favour Williams' head. So her head look like so like it burn up like a grass them and tree them in a Melissa. Her head looks so.
Of this government is to continue strengthening our multi-layered national natural disaster risk financing and to fill in any gaps that we have. And at that time, in February,
yeah, man, Andrew write it.
I announced that by March of this year, we would add another instrument for an amount of Jamaican 6.5 billion to bring the total of what would be available to Jamaica to 130.6 billion at that time when I addressed the House in February of this year.
Of course, I did. Actually,
and I also said,
machine.
How much we can access will depend on the severity of the disaster.
This is Andrew Holness' script.
We know now how much was available and how much we were able to access.
Hey.
Madam Speaker, as I said then, that we're continuing to expand our disaster risk financing. Now I'm already speaking with our international partners, and I can report that our disaster financing with Caribbean
you not speak with nobody, you don't fuck lie.
Facility was already reinstated, Madam Speaker, up to the US 91 million, and we are discussing increasing that coverage. Of note, Madam Speaker, CRIF, which is what we call them, will be launching a micro home insurance product through Guardian this month in Jamaica, designed for workers. This is the beginning of building a culture within our population of having insurance for their homes. The microinsurance market is developed and is cost-effective. We will begin that journey with Jamaicans, and we will begin developing that culture. Madam Speaker, the World Bank and the IDB in their report said that Jamaica maintains one of the Caribbean's most advanced sovereign disaster risk financing system. including contingency funds, parametric insurance, and a US $150 million World Bank-supported catastrophe bond intended to provide rapid post-disaster liquidity, which was triggered on November 7, 2025. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's resilience is often described as legendary, not because the country avoids natural disasters, but because of the remarkable speed, spirit, and consistency with which its people and economy recover from devastating shocks. This characterization stems from several key historical and cultural factors. Madam Speaker, the speed at which Jamaica has historically bounced back is a primary reason for this reputation. If you recall, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, despite it being one of the most powerful and destructive storms ever at that time to hit the island, the tourism sector, for example, largely reopened within weeks or months, demonstrating an immense collective effort.
Andrew, when it's right, this is a strip one. We don't want to hear about Gilbert. We don't want to hear about Gilbert time.
Speaker,
why this? What that have to do with now?
Collective efforts during COVID.
Julian, we know say you come for pepper, you know.
And how
come on, she come talk about Gilbert now, like we want to hear about Gilbert. And a Gilbert we want to hear about.
Of last year. Within 2
we come talk about Gilbert.
Our economy had begun to rebound. Our resilience, Madam Speaker, is also in the sectoral bounce back. In particular, our economy has shown an ability to activate the construction sector quickly after a storm, channeling rebuilding efforts into immediate economic activity that aids recovery. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in the agricultural sector, the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining has reported that farmers are back in the field already. Yes. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we only have to reflect that Jamaica's economy was surging before Hurricane Melissa. Yes, it was surging.
Tell our surge how our Prime Minister Andrew Holness, a thieving boy, I'm the Finance Minister. I want to not hear this again where Ralston Ayman officer. Listen for yourself.
When the tools them
hold on, listen.
Another important matter. So when the tools them out, when I tell you say Favour Williams as the figurehead, she's not the real finance minister. You know who the IMF and the multilateral said made a request to them? Prime Minister, the most honorable doctor. Right. Yeah, man. He's the Minister of Finance. Right.
So Andrew Holness are the Minister of Finance. I hope Julian Robinson asks question about pertaining to Andrew Holness. I request money. Wanna listen again?
Another important matter. So when the tools them out, when I tell you say Favour Williams as the figurehead, she's not the real finance minister. You know who the IMF and the multilateral said made a request to them? Prime Minister, the most honorable doctor. Right.
Andrew Holness make requests to the IMF on behalf of the Finance Minister. Andrew Holness are the Finance Minister under disguise. So this is a favour that read Andrew Holness talk. That is not the way how Favour William talk. Because remember, and a favour write the script. So if Andrew Holness write it, give him Andrew Holness team, them are going to write it like how Andrew Holness tell them to write it. So Andrew Holness are going to tell them what to say, and them going to write it like how Andrew Holness talk. So based on our favour that read, that is not the way how Favour William talk. So definitely, Andrew Holness write that game. And you don't want a rocket scientist to figure that out.
So, Madam Speaker, our popular phrase, "we little but we tallow," translates roughly to "we are small but we are strong."
Your head favor young guinea seed, but look about talawa. Look like Melissa passed through your head. Cup on your boy, look about talawa. If you're a mongoose.
Encapsulates a cultural mindset of defiance, determination, and pride in overcoming adversity, whether economic hardship or natural disaster. Madam Speaker, at the economic and institutional level, Jamaica has built systems to manage disaster risks that reinforce this resilience. The government's continuous process of reviewing and improving disaster management plans and infrastructure standards show an institutional ability to adapt and to learn from previous events, reinforcing long-term resilience. Yes. Madam Speaker, the legendary nature of Jamaica's resilience lies in the combination of the indomitable spirit of its people, strong community bonds, rapid physical recovery times, and proactive financial management strategies for managing risk. I have no doubt,
I never see him.
that all of us
Look over the ground of head. Look over the ground of head. Look for Everal Warmington. You see when they put in a cornfield for run a parakeet? I saw they used to dress them up like Everal Warmington. Look just like Everal Warmington. Watch it fucker. 9-4. Look at the ground dove. That's ground dove and mangoes ground dove. And that Jezebel over there, so. All on that turlang. Eh? Yeah, what you say? I mean, all on that turlang, you know.
Will come back from this. We will rebuild together. Madam Speaker, the Bank of Jamaica recently reported that Jamaica's gross international reserves remain robust relative to
serious question, sure. I'm have to ask them some serious question, man. Natalie, I'm seeing
At the end of October 2025, the gross international reserves amounted to US $6.2 billion, which was US $487 million higher than
that's a thief, you know, and have a hand cover over mouth. My thief, you know, that one at the end, so you know.
The central bank said that looking ahead,
the one who say my thief.
Gross
You
reserves
still look
are
like you get
likely
back
to
in work in
remain
a parliament. Be a fucking thief.
Madam Speaker, I quote the Bank of Jamaica's report because this Hurricane Melissa has demonstrated beyond a shadow of a doubt why we must have strong foreign currency reserves. In periods of disaster, whether that disaster is external to Jamaica, Jamaica or natural disaster, having strong foreign currency reserves gives us flexibility. We don't have to worry as to whether or not we can pay for medicines, building supplies, equipment, or anything else needed to quickly get Jamaica and its people and the businesses back up. Madam Speaker, the foreign currency reserves is like your rent money. You should not party with that rent money. And so my message today, Madam Speaker, is one of hope. We will rebuild homes, churches, schools, businesses, lives, livelihood, our telecom network, our electricity grids, hotels, roads, our produce, our vegetable crops, fishing villages, animal farms. Today, we construct temporary containerized homes because we must move fast to put those who are still without any place to go into a safe place.
You come with bumbo cloth message. Andrew come with message, you come with una messenger. That can't be people them. Turn about una come with after 1 month of Melissa, una you come with message. Eh? Una messenger. But talk it truth now. After so long, Failbad Williams missing out of Parliament, the finance minister. And this whole rubbish here come in contact now. What is this Failbad Williams coming out of Parliament with now, right now? Andrew Holness is a disgrace, you know. Because I know say you are the finance minister. We know you are the finance minister, Andrew Holness. He's a blood clot disgrace. Listen who? Name and look money. Listen this. Well, I'm turn up here. Listen this.
Another important matter. So when the tools them out, when I tell us Favor Williams as the figurehead, she's not a real finance minister. You know who the IMF and the multilateral said made a request to them?
Prime Minister, the most honorable doctor.
Right.
Favor Williams then claims he's a finance minister. Andrew Holness make request and then claims that Favor Williams is the finance minister. So this whole rubbish you're coming out with Parliament with now, this is hey. Then take with a fool, you know. Then take with a fool. After so long. Then you start using money we come in it. I feel the money them I use. And you still can't come to Parliament with nothing constructive. Andrew Holness is right to a script can give if you can read now. And I talk about the message, like a blood clot messenger. Like we come to hear message. But Julian Robinson, alright, go on. I leave Julian Robinson to you.
With a roof over their heads. Some place for them to cook their own meals and some place for sanitary convenience. But even as we build temporary structures, we're planning the work to build permanent houses on lands that are not swamplands or vulnerable to slippage. Today, Madam Speaker, we give food packages and hot meals to those who have lost everything, but alongside that, we're helping to restore livelihoods and put persons in a position in which they can begin life anew. Today, Madam Speaker, we clear roads and replant the electric poles that have been scattered by Hurricane Melissa. Tomorrow, we build highways that are climate resilient, promote efficient connectivity, and have underground conduits for electricity, grid, and telecommunications network. And so, Madam Speaker, in my message of hope, I say to Jamaicans, especially in the West, never will we leave you, never will we forsake you. Yes. Madam Speaker, today I bring the third supplementary to Parliament to reflect the recovery, reconstruction, and resilience building that must happen, as well as the normal business to which we must attend. The good order of government dictates that the Planning Institute gives its estimate of GDP growth, and the Bank of Jamaica also gives its outlook for inflation, net international reserves, the balance of payment, the status of the financial sector. This information then becomes the basis for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to project the Hurricane Melissa impact on tax revenues, impact on expenditure, debt to GDP ratio, and fiscal balance among the important variables. This information then goes to the Independent Fiscal Commission that verifies that the impact of the hurricane on the economy is at least 1.5% of GDP, because that is the law that guides suspension of the fiscal rules. We have that report from the Independent Fiscal Commission entitled Validation of Fiscal Impact of Hurricane Melissa for the Suspension of Fiscal Rules, fiscal year 2025-26. It states that based on the information provided by the Planning Institute of Jamaica and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the fiscal impact is estimated at 5.3% of GDP over the period fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2029-30. Let me read that again. The fiscal impact is estimated at 5.3% of GDP over the period.
I want to talk the truth where God love. Talk the truth where God love now. Favour Williams make no sense in our parliament tonight after Mr. So long from our parliament. And this rubbish Andrew Holness have to come with. Because Andrew Holness is the finance minister. Andrew, you think we're idiots? We know you're the finance minister. So Andrew, after so long, Andrew, you're all over the world of flip and down. After so long. This is what you write, give Favour Williams to come and read in our parliament. But you know, since they want beaten. Then that's why we get mad and just come give them some blood clot like to come out of the parliament, you know. You know, since my people want beaten.
Andrew Holness withdraw for the emergency power act.
Is it that emergency power act we have down there? It have come off of a book, you know. Jamaican people, I have the video, I'm going to find it back. If you play, I'm going to know how terrible this act is. And we need for this act need to remove off of the book. So I said to Mark Golden, this type of act, my boss, we not support him, G. That act, the emergency power act, we not support him, my boss. There's no way, like, the public servant for have this type of power over the majority. This is not plain fair. This is dictatorship and a style. So this is not even a democratic country. Because there is no way Jamaica could be a democratic country, saying I have that type of legislation per book. Active. In a hey, we not work with the Mark Golden. If you tell you the truth, I am not happy about that one. The Emergency Power Act. So I think you need to look into that. And we don't want to address it. I amend nothing to it. We want to totally remove half of the book. We get back into what a clown here say.
Digital infrastructure with access to affordable broadband so that our schools and our homes, our schools can be fully equipped. In all of this, Madam Speaker, there are lessons for disaster risk financing and stable macroeconomic policy framework. And the main lesson for disaster risk financing is to plan in advance by using a combination of pre-arranged funding tools and risk transfer mechanisms like insurance to respond more quickly and predictably to disaster. It also teaches that a single instrument is insufficient and that strategies must be layered to cover different risks and response timeliness. Madam Speaker, embracing stable macroeconomic and fiscal discipline is a culture and
look pan Juliet Cockbird.
Because it
look pan Juliet Cockbird. Watch, look pan him. When favor, talk it truth when favor. Look on him now. What's your favour?
Oh, Juliet? Jesus.
Look at the wickedness of Shroy. Look on this. Demon this here. This is a fucking demon for hell, you know.
The paper. She not talk to none of the paper. Did you know that?
Let me tell her this. She's just a dog shit way. Did I run for Jamaica? That is why she not reach nowhere in her running.
Never win a race yet.
Never win a race. Never do nothing for Jamaica. And upon the national stage. And one time she did run now, we never did she ran for she. My running at my time did a Merlin Atty.
Yeah.
My running at my time was Merlin Atty. Juliet Cockbird.
That's why she hate you, coming over there cheer.
And Merlin Atty, me thing there, you know, you never know. Merlin Atty. Remember, we're not chicken around here, you know. Dog of my age is now pup, and Merlin Atty are from a runner. And we have the privilege to run on the same track with Merlin Atty. We have the privilege to run on the same track with Merlin Atty. You know, come I go to school, I did good on the running, but smoking took over my life.
It provides a cushion for disasters such as this, in which our real GDP is currently projected to decline by 4.3% for fiscal year 2025-26.
You know, see, man, I just be a church here coming out of Parliament contract for so long.
of 2.2%.
Have so long, one whoop chatting.
In the annual fiscal policy paper in February 2025.
Favor, can you do a favor, please? Just come out of our parliament and go. This don't make no sense when you come in our parliament and read. You don't make no sense. But then just get Andrew making you read it. But we'll cuss him.
Did I hear this one?
Just get Andrews making you read and writing. Read and write. Why you take them embarrassment of your Andrew Holness? If you have a few shilling, get Andrew Holness in the my finance minister making deal with him banger. Jesus.
Over the medium term, Madam Speaker, real GDP growth is expected to average in the range of +1% to 2% as the economy recovers from the contraction projected for this current fiscal year. We also expect inflation to stabilize within the target range of 4% to 6%. In the external sector, the current account as a percent of GDP is projected to remain in surplus, averaging about 0.7% over the 3 years following fiscal year 20.
Them busy are growing in a Clarendon, Tropical Sugar Company.
It's a private
company. A private company. Them busy are broke ground. Seeing a private company and Andrew Holness down there break ground. Saying, might be him have shares in a head too.
He have shares, but it's not about, it's not for Jamaica.
But Andrew Holness is a businessman, and the dirty, nasty labor right them can't see it. Andrew Holness is a businessman. Andrew Holness is in the Prime Minister's office, enriching himself. And get to a whole heap of security. You know so much security you have now? Only one thief travel with so much security, you know. Even look on the artists, them want to see have one big entourage. I show them artists, they're artists that we get trouble, you know. So they have a big entourage. When I see one Prime Minister if you have so much security I work with, I just because he's not just. He's an unjust man. He's not straight. See? But the thing we don't understand, with all of this security we have around them, saying, for somehow, I think they believe that these people is immortal. Because, you know, then, like, I don't know if these people can change. If a shapeshifter, then can be Iron Man, and then it can be back human. Because if all of them bleed like how we do. So, what kind of security this could have be? And all of them feel the same pain how we feel. So, this is not security. He just a trick himself in front of himself. And and then I put himself in a problem because at the end of the day, if you may even have 20 security around him and the whole of Jamaica get up, what 20 security can do to the whole or even half of Jamaica? You understand? So this is an illusion when painting us say, oh man, I want 20 security, so I'm untouchable. And come and say, oh man, I'm afraid of no guy. When I go to school, I be a kick up and get in my body. I remember, you know, when I go to school, you know,
he was a nerd.
When I go to school, Juliet Holness never rated.
Yeah,
Juliet Holness is a friend.
She said she never liked him.
He never liked him, my friend. So that means that he was not somebody who woman attractive to. You know, they look a nerd on the block. So with a youth like that now, we can't get no girl. That is why I'm pretty so evil. Saying one people want politician and they might get assassinated by one of many enemies. Because when people get bullied at school and think evil, you know.
That's true.
So I think saying was you get a bully at school.
That's why I love the gun and he go on encyclopedia.
Yeah, because they want to defend himself and get hold of a bully.
Wicked boy. I'm going to take out him bullying his pound.
25, 26. Madam Speaker, our debt to GDP, which is a number that I know many Jamaicans know and follow. Our debt to GDP is projected to increase to 68.2% by the end of this fiscal year. So I want to say I know that there are some persons who call themselves economists or analysts who jumped out with a projection of the debt to GDP. Those projections were way off the mark, and they do not resemble anything that looks like Jamaica. Madam Speaker, if you recall, we ended fiscal year 2024-25 at 62.4% debt to GDP and was on a path to be at 60% by the end of this fiscal year, which is 2 years earlier than planned. In the medium term, starting with fiscal year 2026-27, we project that the debt to GDP ratio will begin again to decline, and we're expecting to see that at 66.1% and then to 63.8%, followed by...
So, yeah, sure, shade for Ralston and Colin Bell. So why you not bring the Prime Minister and go up on Colin Portland Spice? Since I have so much chat, why you not go face off with Ralston Hyman? Eh? Since there's so full of so much chat, why you not go face off with Ralston Hyman? Want me play what you say? Eh? Guinea pepper? I go and play what Ralston Hyman say. Listen. Hold on.
Important matter.
Hold on.
Another important matter. So when the trolls them out, when I tell you say Favour Williams as the figurehead, she's not the real finance minister. You know who the IMF and the multilateral said made a request to them?
Prime Minister, the most honorable doctor.
Right.
Andrew,
yeah, man.
bro, God,
he's the Minister of Finance. Right.
So Favour Williams, you don't know shape or form for even address Ralston Hyman or Colin Bell or anybody because you're not the finance minister. Until you get the job, you can respond to anybody who criticize the job of the finance minister. We know Andrew Holness is the finance minister. Feel bad Williams. Remember you're failing in education and you can't fail. Your career is just all about failing. Because you left education and come be a figurehead for one thief. You're a failure. All the kids them should have cried shame at you. You're a failure. And then them will go on awards on an honorable. You're an honorable failure. Just like Dana Dixon. Lied till every time she had dream and I pray. And one whole part rubbish.
63.4% in fiscal year 2028-29 and settling out at 64.2% by fiscal year 2029-30. 64.2%. So, Madam Speaker, with the announcement yesterday from our international partners, as you heard the Prime Minister say, of a virtual meeting this morning, in which they heard from the Prime Minister and other conversations that we've been having. In time, we will get the specifics of those facilities. And I want to point out, because I'm sure there's a temptation, or I shouldn't say the temptation, I'm sure that those who are not familiar with how you calculate debt to GDP, they're just going to take the $6.7 billion.
But you not familiar with nothing have to do with finance, ma'am. Remember your option for Jamaican people, you know, if you use 2,000 and buy one Pro Box, you know. Remember your plan is for Jamaican people use 2,000 and buy a Pro Box. So you just a total disgrace, ma'am. You just a total disgrace. Nothing but a total disgrace. Look on the ground of back of you. She one next total disgrace. Only just a bunch of disgrace. Look at this a thief you have behind and jaw. A Fred pan taxpayer money when you can get for TV. Look on this one you done yourself for tourism. Where want the tourism come to Jamaica come catch leptospirosis. Eh? After that, Alfred Dawes tell think dirty tough time. Say you have to act on this thing fast. Else you're going to have a disease outbreak. It shouldn't say my work in work and the Andrew Holness ledger, them never move. So they make the disease broke out down, they want to tell life and rat. So till them have to go admit, say this leptospirosis you go on in them side. And the water, them a get water, them a drink. Where the dead animal, dead people, dead all type of dead sin, water wash up from out a toilet, pit, dead animal, all type of dirty water. A flow down and the people them have to drink it. Now we see Prime Minister growing and give people water in a paint bucket. Don't trust nothing when Prime Minister issue themselves. Don't trust nothing when Andrew Holness a issue. These people cannot be trusted. They are terrorists. And now Failbad Williams come and I can run up her fear out and she just a figurehead for Andrew.
And convert it and said, wow, this goes on top of the debt stock. But that's not so. With our international partners, there is the period of deciding when you take on these loans. It's not the same as going to the international markets, where if you go for $500 million, you get $500 million.
Whenever you go, Andrew Holness, your name not depend nothing. Your name not depend nothing in favor Williams. Andrew Holness, the people them say come. I know you, what you talk about when you go for money? We know about that. Andrew Holness never make you get involved in that. Andrew Holness do it himself because I'm the finance minister. What are you talking about? You mislead the house.
You have to put it on your balance sheet. It's a different process with the international partners. So we will be able to manage our debt to GDP. Yes. Exactly, Prime Minister. We manage it. Yes.
Manage it. Manage it. Everything so, Andrew Holness go against mash down, you know.
Madam Speaker.
See my boss, yeah. Write down my boss. Write down my boss.
We have received thus far.
I know you got rubber out.
Utilizing
and Juliet Holness, you better in your best behavior.
As well as what we received for insurance.
Better in your best behavior, Juliet. Ginger to a Holness.
And I'd like to say,
Wilbert, Monsieur, big up yourself.
We will obviously
Ransford, Monsieur, big up everybody who check in.
Of what we report on, but I can say that I can report that all in-kind supplies that were consigned to ODPEM will be accounted for. You heard Prime Minister talk earlier about the system that is becoming available there at our seaport and airports.
Checkerboard. Look at the black and white. Look at this black and polka dot.
Companies, charities,
tell us a ground
through customs will be accounted for already. I have a report from customs that shows me the value, how many persons or how many, what was the input through the customs system. Individuals who bring suitcases or of supplies for families and friends via their checked or unchecked baggage on flights, obviously, that's not going to be accounted for by the government. Cash and kind sent to the opposition, families and friends, obviously is not going to be accounted for by the government. So if anybody wants to know how much the opposition has received, it is a question that should be put to the leader of the opposition and the shadow spokesperson on finance.
This one I laugh and I clap dance. What sound like I want a baseball licking on the mouth. What is this one not bench and I clap and laugh? Eh? What the fuck this one not clap bench and I laugh? Look what this a bomb buckle and Ninja Turkey down so. Eh? Look what this a Ninja Turkey down so. The one the people them come to Jamaica come catch leptospirosis now, them blood clot dirty hotel. What is that for not clap bench and I laugh? Eh? Every public want to know what will come to opposition. Them have to, we not worry about that. That is not a problem. We not worry about that. Take the beam out of your dirty matter eye. We not worry about what come to the opposition leader. You know nobody quarrel about what come to the opposition leader. Eh? You know, Sister Mark Golden a gentleman. How if you compare one thief to a gentleman? Come on, this is not bench bout. You know, man, wet up with ice water and get some licking on the back for run out of the parliament. You know, come and knock bench and laugh like you get blood clot joke around here.
We are also aware, Madam Speaker, that many, and there are many entities. There are many entities. There are many entities that launched various platforms to bring in funds to help victims. There was no...
Yeah, through the opposition. Because they can't go no counter thief. So this offer so much weak, you Mr. from Parliament. And this you come and talk about what come to the opposition leader to help the people them. The opposition, not the opposition, to help the people them. And this year come talk about in the Parliament, have so much weak, you know, missing, and think dirty so could Juliet Cat brother come and laugh. Eh? Look upon him face and laugh. This is something for no laugh about. I found a Mr. from Parliament how long. You know, see so now take off a fool. So now take off a fool. But I have an advice for you, you see? Every day the bucket will go well. One day the bottom will drop out. When you continue, when you laugh, because all time people say, you know, and who laugh last, laugh best, you know. Who laugh last, laugh best. When you continue when you're laughing, you think we're ready for laugh yet? Hold on.
Requirement for those private entities to pool their funds with those that came into government. We applaud the private entities, but those are not funds for which the government can account. Madam Speaker, turning now to the third supplementary. In addition to the normal running of government, for which additional amounts are
Marvin, she look like a mummy picture, you know. Like an Egyptian mummy.
Is Hurricane Melissa response.
Them all Egyptian mummy, you know them all Egyptian mummy. They wrap up in a whole pack cloth.
$142 million US. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development will receive the largest share at $7.2 billion for road infrastructure and procurement of 3,300 containerized folding units of housing. The Ministry of Local Government and Community Development has been allocated $4.6 billion to help with post-hurricane relief efforts, fund the National Solid Waste pre- and post-hurricane cleanup, and it has gotten some support as well to the municipal corporations in that allocation. The Ministry of Tourism will receive $3.4 billion to support recovery of the tourism sector. As you know, many workers have been...
Check in, big up yourself, you hear me, Jonah? Big up yourself, man. Patrick, check in, big up yourself, man, Patrick. Big up everybody over there. Big up on yourself, man. But after so long, we want to hear from the finance minister. Then send this a mango to come give it. When I don't share the finance minister. I just hope that Julian Robinson address this, you know.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining will also be allocated $3 billion for relief and recovery within the agriculture and fisheries sector. And the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, $1.5 billion. Lots of repairs to government buildings and other critical infrastructure. Alongside those Melissa-induced spending is the government's own spending to keep government going. But Madam Speaker, that's the power of preparedness and fiscal discipline. In the face of nature's power, we are reminded of our vulnerability, but also the incredible strength of the Jamaican people. We thank those who rallied by our side, or the diaspora, or Caribbean brethren, the international financial community, the government, and people of the many countries
after so long,
who did not wait.
After so long, we really accept this from the finance minister. After missing in action for so long, we really sick with this. Because all know, we're not here nothing from favor of the you know. So I don't know if this is just a speech she write and I read out, then she go deal with what she's supposed to deal with. Because this is just a speech, you know. Like Andrew Holness write a speech give her for read, then them all get down in the business. Because all know, I still not hear she talk about nothing. Like, she not make no sense.
For an invitation to help, they saw the catastrophe and rallied to bring whatever assistance they could. By standing together, supporting each other, and working as one, we can face any crisis with courage and rebuild our lives and our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Responding will be the member from St. Andrew Southeastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Minister, could you circulate a copy of your presentation for us? It's easier to follow if we have a hard copy. My first question, when would you provide and table in the House the report from the Independent Fiscal Commission, which it was tabled?
No, they are supposed to.
They are provided a report. It's normally sent directly to the Parliament and then tabled here, which would affirm the suspension of the fiscal rules. So it has been sent to the House, because that information is important for certainly the PAAC and for us as an independent body to assess the information in the supplementary budget.
The report and the order.
All right. Well, you can, when you respond, you can give me that detail.
It's not this question.
Okay. So so I'm asking for that to be tabled. You went into the debt to GDP projections for the next 4 to 5 years. Were these projections done prior to the announcement of the package of $6.7 billion US dollars? And if so, will you have to revise these based on the details of the loan grants, etc., which will be worked out? Can you indicate to the House when you'll be able to come back to the House to give us details of the $6.7 billion US dollar program, which was announced by the IFIs yesterday? Because it is difficult to have an informed discussion about the debts without knowing those details, without knowing whether there are moratoria on the loans, what the repayment periods are, etc. So if you can give me a time frame for that. And you mentioned growth-inducing capital expenditure. What is the government going to do differently now from what it has done over the last 4 to 5 fiscal years, where we have underspent our capital budget by significant amounts? We have had to reallocate the capital budget for recurrent expenditure and many other different things. So what is going to be different in this environment so that we can actually spend the very limited capital budget, which generally is only about, from central government, 5% of the overall budget, and if you add the public bodies, another 5%. So it would be important to understand what we will be doing differently to ensure that we spend the money so that we can achieve the economic growth that you project. You mentioned that the Independent Fiscal Commission projected a 5.3% GDP fall. Is that for this year only? And what is the projection for the next 3 or 4 fiscal years? Again, that's why it's important for us to have sight of that report from the Independent Fiscal Commission. And we recognize that this budget, the supplementary, is, given the circumstances, not the normal run-of-the-mill supplementary. And as such, for us to be able to properly analyze it, we would need all that data, and certainly PAAC, which is meeting tomorrow, would benefit from that information for that informed analysis. Thank you.
And next, the opposition leader, and after that, the member from Portland Eastern. And then,
thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding is that this is a motion.
Yeah, it is.
And we're debating a motion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Minister, it really would have been helpful if you had circulated a copy of your presentation to us, because there is a lot of detail and important information in it, and it's much easier to follow and respond to that if we have it in writing. So I'm hoping that that will be done. Minister,
But a matter of fact, my Prime Minister, Favor Williams shouldn't open her stink mouth without each one of them get a copy of what she got to talk about. This is one style I notice with Andrew Holness and the whole of them for couple here now. This is a style. Bob's the Green when I call her now, Spanish Town Dan. She do it. Andrew Holness do it. Fly Green do it. Nesta Morgan do it. Darrell Valls do it. All of them over that side, all on the long tongue do it. Pernell Charles' daughter do it. They always come to Parliament and start chat out of them think mouth before them give the opposition a copy of whatever business them are going to talk about in a Parliament. Now see the opposition of your ask, Favor William come in a Parliament, miss so long, and don't give them a copy so they can follow in at the same time so them can, you see, this is one trend where Andrew Holness come in at the Parliament with. Andrew Holness take time and change the Parliament. We used to them call him president outside of Jamaica, but the only outside it have to stay, because he can't carry it inside of Jamaica.
First of all, when we're discussing the disaster risk financing framework, I think it's important to recognize the work of others who helped to put that in place. In particular, I want to acknowledge the work, the seminal work that was done by then Minister of Finance, Dr. Omar Davies, in the development of the CRIF as a Caribbean model, a regional model of parametric insurance, which has, we have been able to benefit on this occasion by some over 90 million US dollars. So I think it's important, and I want to put that on the record of the House, because sometimes those contributions tend to be overlooked. Madam Speaker, we have a fiscal policy paper here, which I look forward to reading, but just on a quick glance at the content of it in relation to the public debt stock, clearly it was prepared in advance of what was announced yesterday by the multilaterals and that very large financing package which Jamaica is being offered of 6.7 billion US dollars. The projections in the fiscal policy paper, therefore, I assume are predicated on the state of things which existed before that financing became available. And so I join and endorse what the shadow spokesman for finance has said as to the need to see updated projections around those debt to GDP numbers, and indeed our growth numbers, given the additional resources that will be taken on board to finance the recovery. Madam Speaker, you haven't mentioned anything about amending the Financial Administration and Audit Act so as to push back the target date for the debt to GDP ratio to be achieved. The projections you have here indicate that it will not be achieved by the target date of 2028 March, which we understand. But suspending the fiscal rule is one thing, and moving the target date for achieving the desired ceiling on debt is another thing. So you need to tell us when you plan to deal with that. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that the report that the PIOJ and the Fiscal Commissioner, I believe it is, has prepared, which is a basis for the...
Wilbert, me know, him can't go on it, him afraid. Then if I cheer them off a gang up for going to a debate, remember? I cheer them off a gang up for going to a debate, you know. You remember? Favor Williams a clown. So Andrew, I forget, cheer them, gang up together for going to a debate before the election. You remember?
The order that you are seeking to bring here for approval to suspend the fiscal rules be made available to us so that we can understand the background of this request. Obviously, we're aware in general terms of the background because we are fully aware of the mayhem caused. But it would be good to see the technical analysis and the supporting analysis that has taken place by those persons entrusted by our law for the recommendation that the necessary parameters have been met to justify a suspension of the fiscal rules. And I hope in the interest of transparency and good governance that we will see those documents. Madam Speaker, as I have indicated earlier, we are going into a new era where Jamaica has this massive recovery to finance and is taking on a huge financing package to do this. That financing package is largely debt financing, preponderantly so. The Prime Minister indicated that there are shovel-ready projects, or at least approved projects in the pipeline that private sector investors can get behind, and that would be supported by the bodies, the private sector financing bodies that are affiliated with the World Bank and I think the IDB. And that's fine, but the actual investors who are going to take the risk of making those investments have to be identified. And that is why I'm saying that 2.4 billion is not assured. And we want to hear more about what projects and what investors are going to be coming to the table to undertake those projects and make sure that that component of the 6.7 billion is in fact real. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot that remains to be.
And that is a valid point, you know. Because we want to know which investor want to come in this rebuild project to see the character of these people and say, oh, and come build in this smart city. So we need to know this. This is hey, I like this. Big up yourself, one market G.
Explain to us. We don't know any of the terms of this proposed borrowing, the interest rates, the tenures of the loans, any moratoria on interest and principal. From the numbers that were tabled today in the supplementary budget, I can see that certain interest expenses are not going to be incurred. So I assume that means that those multilateral lenders have agreed to suspend the obligation to pay during this period. I'd like to know for how long that suspension is going to last. I don't think that Jamaica has natural disaster clauses in any of our borrowings. I'm not aware of that. That has been pioneered by Barbados in their bond offerings, and I believe Grenada also took advantage of that, that where an event, a calamity of this nature caused by some natural disaster takes place, there's a period of suspension of debt payments for the duration of the effect of the disaster on an objective basis. And of course, that releases significant cash.
Listen, a responsible government. Listen to the question, you know, from a responsible government. Listen, I want to just sit back and listen Mark going. I want to know if you listen the topic them, the point them, when point out. Let's listen to a responsible government, no man.
Flow to help fund the country through that period. I don't think we have that formally in our certainly in our bond documentation. I don't know whether there are any public sector borrowings from multilaterals that have it, but even if there aren't, from what I'm seeing in the supplementary estimates, the multilaterals have agreed to suspend some of their payments because we're seeing savings on interest payments in the supplementary budget from the multilaterals. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about that as well. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to more information on this proposed order to suspend the fiscal rules in the interest of transparency and good governance. Thank you.
Before you...
Big up yourself, my boss. Big up yourself, my Prime Minister. Well done. Proud of you, my boss. Big up yourself, my boss. One Marky J. Could have never two. Big up yourself, my Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I would like to ask, what would have informed you in relation to your decision for the importation of container homes, which are not yet here, and spending or foreign exchange to do so? And was there a comparison between whether or not it would be more feasible to actually build starter homes using concrete that would certainly stand up to a Category 5? That's the first question that I'm asking. The next question, the next question I'm asking. Oh, I know, but I'm asking that I would like you to answer that question though, in terms of helping me. The next thing I'd like to know, if it is that, as you would have said, that there is a projection of 68% for the debt to GDP. How is it consolidated where Melissa is said to have wiped out 41% of our GDP. How can you consolidate that? And the next thing that I would like to know in terms of a contribution to what you're doing, there was a mentioned last week in relation to the use of a loan to JPS. Minister, is there a decision on your part in the event that JPS is unable to come up with the remainder, if the government is prepared to lend JPS the entire amount so as to ensure that we're not at a loss? And that I'm asking you, Minister, to just give me some clarity on that. Thank you.
I like this.
Members, the new members, so this section is a debate on a motion. Nothing is wrong if you ask questions as well, but it's not quite question time, so at this session you have a little bit more time if you have also come prepared to debate on the motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, in relation to today's tabling of the third supplementary estimates and the acknowledgement that we really don't have a complete picture having regard to the announcements made earlier by the Prime Minister, is it reasonable for us to proceed with this debate for the third supplementary estimates? Aren't we quite likely to return very soon, when the picture is far more comprehensive, to have a fourth supplementary estimates? That's one point. The second point is that as we relax the fiscal rules, one of the institutional frameworks that we use to enable greater discipline in how we were able to manage the process to now was the establishment of EPOC, which was the body that enabled the government to keep on track. Is there any contemplation of such a body to be reestablished as we now move back into a higher level of debt to GDP? And thirdly, in relation to the JPSCO loan, last week we weren't able to get details on the specifics of the loan, such as what interest rate is being charged, and very importantly, in the event of a conversion, what value of the assets has been determined. And I note the member from East Portland has already asked the question as to where the balance will come from, because the minister last week did indicate that the JPSO cannot go on the market to raise $1. And if in fact the amount of money is indeed 350 million, I gather that that has been lowered by 50. So if we are saying 300 million, where is that balance of 150 or so to come from to enable the JPSCO to have full restoration of all of the country by the February deadline, as the minister had indicated? We didn't get any details last week. Has that loan been formally signed? And if so, if you could reveal.
You know your business better than
account for it to this parliament.
Andrew, whisper to him. Andrew, whisper to him. Andrew, whisper to him.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Andrew, text him now.
In
look, Andrew, text him.
Earlier you said that the the damage is greatest in St. Elizabeth in relation to the monetary value. And I'm not debating that, because I suspect that is based on the assets that they had before and the damage to that asset that would give that. What I wanted to know was more about the number of persons that were damaged, because the fact that Westmoreland had a greater number of board houses would put a greater number of individuals being displaced, and the value of the board house would be cheaper than the more permanent structure. So it's easy to get a figure that suggests that the damage is greater in that parish. However, the impact may be greater, or from what I'm seeing, is greater in Westmoreland. And some, like St. James, would have hotels and those other things that clearly are more valuable, and therefore it's easy to see how they would have a higher cost. So the number of houses damaged, and that leads me into the point about the number of container homes that are being ordered. I think the Prime Minister had said 5,000 in an earlier presentation, either here or elsewhere. 5,000 for the container homes. But what is reflected here is 3,300. So, right. So my issue is that the assessments that are being done to determine how many persons have been affected, whether or not we have current numbers on that, because from Eastern Westmoreland alone, our estimate is that we have more than 5,000 houses that are totally destroyed, not damaged, totally destroyed. So the budgetary allocations that we are making, if we are making allocation for 3,300 containers, there has to be another allocation then that is looking at some other temporary solution to get these persons the dignity of having shelter over their heads. Because some of these persons are currently in some of the shelters and need to vacate so that we can get on with school. Because then we have a different complication of the learning loss that is going to take place if students don't have access to the schools. And you have persons who cannot benefit from a container home because he cannot get to the location because of the terrain. So the container home is going to require that you have to use a crane to take it there and to stand it up. If the crane can't gain access to where their piece of land is, their plot of land, then they wouldn't be able to benefit from that. So there has to be a different solution to give them a temporary solution, which needs to be budgeted for, which I'm not seeing here currently. So I'm just saying that I think we need to get more up-to-date numbers so we can get what the true dislocation is of the persons in those 6 parishes. And then we can make adequate provision for temporary shelter for them, because it is a pressing issue.
Well said, my boss.
Next is the member from St. Andrew Southwest. For you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Angela.
Minister, I wanted to follow on from where the member from Westmoreland Eastern was talking, the last point made. I was intrigued by the metric you used to value the damage. And I was thinking that if we look at the total damage, what metric are we using? All the metrics that we can. For example, what is the value of a board house versus a concrete house? What's the value of any house totally destroyed? How do we value that? What is the value we put to the trauma of the number of individuals in a parish, which would then be subject to more people, a higher level of trauma. How is that valued and how is it compared? What is the value of lives lost? There are some parishes, some constituencies where more persons have died than other places. How do we value those? Yeah? And I guess by now you realize that what I'm saying is that there are different ways of valuing it. All of them valid. All of them valid. And all of them would probably therefore have a different ranking of priority depending on what we use. So I want us to be very clear on that and to make sure that as we seek to rank these constituencies, these areas, that we take all of this into account. So that's one. I was also thinking, through Madam Speaker to you, Minister, that as we move to use the fiscal space that is being created and to spend the financial resources that we are looking at now, whether it is for relief, for recovery, for reconstruction, that it is important that all Jamaica having made the sacrifice, the space now being created, that the benefits accrue to all Jamaicans. And I know that the Prime Minister, and maybe you yourself, Minister, might get a little touchy when I speak about all Jamaicans, because again, I want to talk about the importance of not being partisan. Yeah? No, it is. And believe you me, I'm going to talk about it every day until I believe that we have gone beyond that. And what I wanted to suggest as one of the ways of moving there is some form of self-reporting. There are more forms of self-reporting so that houses, families who are in remote areas that might not come on the radar, yes, have an opportunity to self-report that here we are here. Individuals in communities who have been missed have an opportunity to say, hey, you came and you missed me. You know, individuals who are in their communities saw their neighbors being interviewed and assessed and what have you while they were good. So I believe that we need to make that known. I know that I think we need to make that known, more widely known. And I think we also need to make sure that it can be done through many ways, yeah, because we know what connectivity looks like in some places, yeah, that if you're going to rely on that solely, it might be difficult. But I think it's going to be important to make sure that no one is missed. And it is something really very dear to my heart. I say to individuals when I'm in campaign, I am going to talk on behalf of the PNP. I am going to fight for the PNP, but I am a Jamaican first. You nor anybody get to claim their Jamaicanness over my Jamaicanness. And I just want to make that clear. Yeah, I just want to make that very clear. Minister, as you were speaking, you spoke about the infrastructure improvement and so on. And you said that for some of these, that how the benefit will accrue to the tourism sector. I am hoping that... Mr. Speaker, I wanted, Minister, to ensure
look here.
That the reconstruction that...
Everett Warmington, I finish as the Speaker of the House. Mr. Speaker, you got lunch Tuesday, or today, you got lunch today?
We're doing of our infrastructure is really not just about our tourists. It is as about them as it is about Jamaicans. So, for example, in all that we are doing, I am hoping that the sewage system in Greenwich Town, for example, will finally be space to make sure that it is done. That there will, yes, yes. No, finally, no, because we are supposed to be building better and, yes? No, so I'm raising it because in 2025, Minister, I'm sure Minister has been to Greenwich Primary and knows the problem of sewage there and the smell in school. And the smell in school every day. And so as we build better, I am hoping that there is a little space for those issues we have ignored and those issues we have not been able to address, but where the fiscal space might very well allow those to be done. Thank you.
I want to remind members that it should just open the issue as it relates to the supplementary estimate not closing yet. She's coming back here with the issue. So we don't have to, look here. We don't, look here. No. No. This is the introduction of the supplementary estimate. It doesn't mean that every member has to speak on it. It's going, she asked for it to go to the PAAC tomorrow. That's all she asked for. The debate is not yet open. When we come back, we can speak. Madam Minister, can you just respond that we can move on? I'll take the member from Southeast St. Anne.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Minister. Minister,
Poppyshow.
There is a frustration among. I am the voice of the people, and so yes, from me, because that's what they are feeling. And that frustration, Minister, relates to, in a constituency like mine, and many of the rural ones that were not as affected. They want the opportunity to get back to work. They want the opportunity. They want the opportunity to be productive again, and they are not getting the opportunity to do so. So in constituencies like mine, we are still less than 60% in terms of the restoration of electricity. So the productivity and the standing up which we're talking about, we're not quite allowing those who can to do so. So when I speak of that frustration, it's because some of those industries, agriculture, which you spoke about quite eloquently, tourism, which you also touched on, these are the sectors in which they work. But they're not being supported to continue, even though where they live is not as affected as some of the other areas. And so I want us to give consideration to that, because there's a mental health, a psychological toll which this is taking, and which, as we talk about the effect, we should not only look at the 5 or 6 western parishes, but we need to look more broadly, because the effects are far-reaching. In the supplementary estimate, in the fiscal paper rather, mention is made of the claims by some of the private partnerships, the public-private partnerships, including NMIA and SIA, arising out of the COVID pandemic.
Member, Member,
and so the question I want to ask whether...
Member, may I remind you that the debate is not yet open. She's trying to introduce the stuff here. Look here.
The question I want to ask the Minister, the Speaker. No, man, the question, Minister, relates to the claims that have been made. If you could provide some specifics as to the claims that have been made by these, as part of these public-private partnerships, namely the Sangster and the Norman Manley International Airports. So those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to use my entire 30 minutes on this motion. And you, as a stickler for the standing orders, would understand that. But,
Member, no, you can speak for the 45 minutes or 30 minutes now, but you know you don't have the chance to speak when you come back to close. You do it right now. You have the time then.
no such thing. Yeah. So I want to know how you're going to stop me from speaking when I am the one tabling the PAAC report.
If you attempt to do it...
No, you can't stop that.
No, I'll ask Yosley to name you. So don't go there.
On the referral of these third supplementary estimates and the fiscal policy paper to... Yeah, this...
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand, fine-tune your design, generate content.
To ask questions earlier today, which was frustrating. Not the actual questions, just the notice I was giving. And I was prevented from giving notice. However, it is serendipitous that I have this opportunity to treat with some of those same issues. Because I've noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the amounts coming from the bauxite levy in each mentioned both in the fiscal policy paper and in the supplementary estimates have been continued dwindling over time. In fact, for 1 quarter, there was zero collected in that. And when you look at the impact of Hurricane Melissa on a constituency like South Manchester, there is a high overlap with the houses damaged and the communities that have endured bauxite mining for decades. In fact, when you go to the poverty mapping that's available from Statin, you will see again there is a high correlation between those communities that have endured bauxite mining for decades and damage from Hurricane Melissa and the highest poverty rates in the parish. So this is why I found it important to be tabling some questions today about the impact of bauxite mining on southern Manchester, because this is an urgent matter for my constituents. Since I've been here this afternoon in Parliament, I've received messages from residents in St. Toulis who are trying to get an understanding from Jamaica, who are scheduled to start mining there tomorrow. What is the arrangements in terms of the common agreements, dust mitigation, compensation, resettlement, etc.? And because there's none, the company says they're just moving ahead, which is why it was so urgent for me to table some questions that the minister, I'm sure, would have answered earlier than the 21 days that the notice that I gave, because it can be done by agreement under the standing orders. The sector, Minister, we have to continue to monitor very closely, because their contribution to the fiscal is diminishing, and the environmental liabilities and the decimation of communities are going in the other direction. Those liabilities are rising, and we need, in this parliament, to facilitate real debate of the net contribution of these sectors, and how, even as we plan for life after bauxite, but in the interim, how we regulate their impact on the negative impact, in particular, on our communities, and ensure that there is some legacy left. That was the nature of the questions that I gave notice of today, properly gave notice of, and that this parliament refused to allow. And the residents of South Manchester will remember this. And I am sure all other residents who send us here to represent them and be the voice for the voiceless will be watching and making note of what happened here today. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Speaker, just for completeness on a point of order, I believe that the member's assertion that he properly gave notice for the questions is false and is misleading the House. He now says he was not allowed to give notice. Both can't be true. So I have to record that the member did not properly give notice. That is all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You are correct. Minister.
All right, members, thank you for your many, many questions. The first one, as it relates to the Independent Fiscal Council, I think the question was the negative 5.3% over the period. That's a cumulative number. For that, the intermediate, right, the medium term, it was set out there. Right, it was set out. 20 fiscal year 2025 out to 26. It's like the next 4 years. Yeah, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. Hold on, I don't want to give you the wrong thing. But sorry, I'll find it and come back to you. Number of years. All right. And your next question had to do with tabling of the report, right? So I messaged the commissioner, and in terms of whether or not it was tabled in Parliament, and he said no. He wouldn't send it to Parliament. The law only requires him to send it to me and upon my request, which he has done. But I am prepared to bring it to Parliament. I will make sure. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah. All right. In terms of the debt to GDP, that was calculated prior to the announcement. However, within that, there is some of that financing in the current debt to GDP, all right? There's some in there. And remember, as I explained earlier on, just because you hear 6.7 billion, it does not mean that that is going to come onto the books of the government in one fell swoop, right? Right. So the projects associated with that have to be determined over time, and as you draw down, it will come onto the government's books. So you have control over it. It's not, like I said, it's not like going to the international markets to raise 500 million, and the day you go is the day you get it, is the day going to the books of the government. No. In a reasonable time, I will. What are some of the growth inducing? Well, that is why the Prime Minister created the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. It's going to be created with powers to move faster so that we get some of the work done. You asked for a question in terms of CRIF. Well, not a question, you made a statement, and we acknowledge that. CRIF started in 2007, I believe so. Right, so as I said again, we will table the report from the Independent Fiscal Council. I'll also add what we got from the PIOJ so that you have a full sense of what those two entities were saying.
On a point of clarification, as I understand it, we're debating a motion. And I believe that motion is to approve an order, a ministerial order. Is that correct? The order suspending the fiscal rule. Is that what we're debating? No, what are we debating? What motion are we debating?
Yeah, so just for clarity, the order that we are debating is to table the supplementary. Clearly, it will be referred to PAAC, right? But that is the motion that was moved. Is just for the referral, the table which has to be referred, and also the fiscal policy paper, right, for both of them. So those two motions have been moved, fiscal policy paper and the supplementary estimates. We have not yet moved the motion in relation to the suspension of the fiscal rules, but that is the intention to do that today. It's done by affirmative resolution, by way of order. Yes. Well, so that's why we haven't done it as yet. I just allow the minister to finish.
All right, so that answers your question about the suspension. What would have informed the number of containerized homes? I know Minister Montague has been tasked with looking at different housing solutions. I would not want to answer that question, but I know that he has done a lot of work, spoken to a lot of different persons around that, and I am sure he will speak in due time, in due course, about this solution and how they will be distributed. I think the member from Portland asked about projection of 68% for debt to GDP. How do I compare that to the 41% wipeout of GDP. The 41% member is a measure of the damage relative to your GDP. It doesn't mean 41% of your GDP is wiped out, right? It's measurement versus the GDP for 2024. I gave you what our projection is for this fiscal year in which we are. And going into the next fiscal year, we're expecting the growth in GDP to resume. So I know there are some persons out there who made the mistake of just taking the 41%, piling it on top of the debt to GDP currently and said, oh my God, the world is falling. But that's not how it's done. That just tells me that there's a lack of understanding about the fiscal numbers, about how you calculate debt to GDP, what do you include and what do you not. So there's some work to be done there to help persons to understand that figure. The question about the loan to JPS, is the government prepared to lend the entire amount? I think that was your question. So the loan to JPS was $150 million US, so that they could accelerate the pace at which Jamaicans get their lights back, at which businesses get their light back. Madam Speaker, already I can say to you, you don't have to worry that the government is going to lend the entire amount, right? Already our international partners have indicated that within that package that's announced, there is about $450 million for JPS. And what that will do is allow for our loan of $150 million to be repaid back to us, so we get back the liquidity. It didn't happen last Tuesday. It's happened after that. There's a question. Is it reasonable to proceed with the supplementary? Yes, the business of government must go on. We have to approve the spend for Melissa, right? The post-hurricane cleanup, reconstruction. That has to happen. The business of government must go on. EPOC, the question about EPOC, EPOC, Economic Program Oversight Committee. That committee sits within the Independent Fiscal Commission. It sits within there. It still has some of the same people on it, and I'm sure in time you will hear from them as well. The JPS loan, you had a lot of more questions on that. In terms of the interest rate, it was reasonable interest rate for them, yes. I think it was about 5.5%. So it was a very, very reasonable loan. It was because of the purpose for which it was lent, to accelerate the reconstruction, to make sure people in Western Jamaica get back their electricity. And then the other questions in terms of the value. Government. What do you mean, who's the lender? GOJ, Ministry of Finance. Yeah. So the question about the value of the assets, we don't have to answer that one. I just told you how the loan was going to be repaid. Right, and it's the Ministry of Finance. Has the loan been formally signed? I think they're in the finishing phase of that. Westmoreland Eastern, the rapid damage assessment. Who was that again? Oh, yeah, about the quality of houses and so on. Remember, this is just a rapid damage assessment, as it says, to give the government a sense of what's the magnitude of the damage. And it was done by the World Bank in conjunction with IADB. The report is available online. You can look at it, lots of figures in there that you can take a look at, lots of charts and so on. But I'm sure as we go along, further assessment will be done. And so it's not necessary to...
If you're human and you know it. 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 If you're human and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're
technology, using all the whiz-bang tools at our disposal now for this rapid assessment of damage. And so we want to thank the World Bank and the IDB for just jumping in and doing that. It has given us the direction in which we can move and move with alacrity to get restoration going again. What metric to value?
You have a point of order, member?
Yes. I think there was a misunderstanding of the point that was made.
Oh, clarification.
I was not criticizing the assessment that was done by the World Bank. To the contrary, I was saying that that may be so based on the assets that were present in the different parishes before the hurricane. Therefore, they were more valuable based on how the structures that were present in St. Elizabeth versus Westmoreland. And I was saying the impact of it. So you might have a greater dollar value to St. Elizabeth, but I was saying the impact of it. And if you look at JPS, when you look at JPS report as to the number of customers without electricity, 93% of Westmoreland, which is the highest in the country. And I was saying that in eastern Westmoreland, 5,000 houses are totally flat. So it is in that context that I was making the point. It wasn't a critique of the World Bank.
Okay. The member asked about the metric to value the damage. And member, this is just the physical damage. If you recall, in my opening, I referred to the damage that was done to the psyche, the spirit of Jamaicans, that you can't measure that. We know that it has happened, and we know that we have to deal with that as well in terms of the mental health, wellness of our population that has gone through just the hardship associated with that hurricane. That's it, I think. Hold on. So, Madam Speaker, or yes, Madam Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motions be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, could you please say when PAAC will meet to consider the third supplementary estimate?
Madam Speaker, the PAAC will meet tomorrow to consider the third supplementary estimates. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we do have a few more items of business. I would like to now move to resume and conclude the debate on the Criminal Record Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Act, and then we have one more matter that we will treat with
after that, after we conclude the debate.
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I first wish to applaud you for even any consideration to such an amendment. It is one that is welcomed, I'm sure, from the population and from certain members that sit in this House who is inundated with requests for a second opportunity at a normal life. I wish to say, however, in terms of my contribution, that when it comes to crime in this country, we do know that there is mala prohibita, crimes by prohibition, and mala non se, which is the crimes of moral turpitude or serious crimes that sometimes when we think of crime, what we find is we just lump everybody together, and then there's a stigma that is attached to it that prevents many persons the opportunity to have gainful employment, especially in the security industry. Persons would have moved on with their lives from even minor crimes. And what you find is the request for a police record and the employment usually cease at that moment. Now, I raise the fact that I note that many of the sections, starting with the First Amendment, 3382, which is increasing the time, and we can lump them seriatim, deal with them in turn. I would say that I would have no objection to an increase, but to ask you, Minister, if there is any consideration as to appreciating that the threshold, the rehabilitation time I'm submitting to you is a little bit excessive. Equally, I would say at this point in time that when one looks at the capping, moving the period from 5 years to 10 years and capping it at 10 years, I would ask what informs the decision to stop at 10 years? And I would use, I have support in saying that certainly in England, and if we are to say that citizens in the UK, if they breathe the same air as us here in the Caribbean, then there must be a consideration of restoration of the life of a person who would have committed a crime after the rehabilitation time has passed. Now, we do have a robust schedule of offenses that I've seen you have also had suggested amendments. I'll deal with that. But to start with the point that in the United Kingdom, certainly there was an amendment in 2022 which says that at sentences 4 years and over, the rehabilitation period for adults is 7 years. And then they make reference to their schedule offense, their schedule 18 in the relevant legislation. That schedule has the offenses similar to ours, but makes it clear that mala prohibita, or crimes of prohibition, after the policy decision in the UK is to say that after the rehabilitation period, which is 7 years, they see it as 7 years. And the mature consideration in that is if we were to look at a 20-year-old, and I'm asking for the attention of all at this point. If we look at a 20-year-old who commits a crime of prohibition, and let's say it's premeditated larceny, and he finds himself, because he has multiple convictions, and he gets now a sentence of 12 years, he's out of the rehabilitation period pool. And so he will never get the opportunity to have that burden away from him, despite the markers of rehabilitation. Now, if given the opportunity, after spending his incarceration of 12 years, he gets out at 32. Or if he gets good time and all is well, he gets out at 28 or 27. What we are asking now, Minister, is for him to wait an additional 15 years. And Damien is not here, but if I add the 15 to the 32, it seems to be about 47. And I'm saying to you that is a lifetime for a consideration before the board, as it is now constituted, for rehabilitation. And as I'm speaking here, as I'm standing before you, I make no, well, it's public knowledge, my own situation. And at 47 next week, Minister, one wonders what that would look like. What that would look like if I would now be on the road to try to put my life in with the opportunity of rehabilitation. So it's something greatly to consider that citizens of the United Kingdom, where we have our final court currently, the policy decision in the United Kingdom for their citizens is that the second opportunities must come, provided that the schedule, which we have mature consideration of, is saying that you must get the rehabilitation. In fact, just like our legislation, once convictions are spent, you cannot use it against the offender who has rehabilitated themselves. So in consideration, I would say in relation to this aspect of it, I'm urging you, Minister, and I know I will get pushback from some of my friends in this very house, but I'm urging you that we must not be pusillanimous in our charge to certainly, sir, yes, thank you, yes. We must not be stingy. We must not be a coward. We certainly am urging you, Minister, to stand with me on this one and be brave and consider a rehabilitation period and an entire overhaul of such a system for adult offenders to set the period at 7 years. I would also say to you that where the offense is not a part of the third schedule, so that we're not here in another 10 years or another 5 years, to once and for all revisit and say that the rehabilitation for persons 4 years or 5 years and more, that the period is 7 years. And we will look at a robust rehabilitation board and a rehabilitation policy that set the markers within the act, the legislation, so the board can look and thereafter empower the minister where they appeal after recommendation from the members of parliament that are inundated with requests for giving me a second opportunity, and they are in their communities and can sometimes speak for some of these citizens to say that they have shown markers of rehabilitation, the selfless life that they're living, and there's a case-by-case basis when convictions are spent and the board actually functions. And then it will no doubt, I will say, Minister, it will no doubt correct or put us on the path to the mischief that you're currently trying to correct with this amendment. And that would be a robust rehabilitation policy, empowering the board and giving the board teeth to give you recommendations to say, I have met an individual that has remarkable rehabilitation. and you must, and at that point you ought to consider whether or not this is an exception to the rule. Now there's the section 3.3b where we're empowering the board to expunge offences committed and expunge the foreign ones. Now, the question I would put to you, Minister, in terms of a consideration, is that the wording of the proposed section as it currently is can prove to be problematic. And here's why. This section by itself is verbose, if you just look at, if you read it as is. With the mutuality assistance or the agreement with legislation, what we currently do is, if there is a foreign conviction, we look to our legislation and we automatically record the conviction currently. Now the problem is, if an individual somehow gets that conviction expunged, then what the legislation ought to do is to confirm the expungement in the relevant jurisdiction, Minister, and thereafter there is automatic expungement in our jurisdiction rather than a consideration, because what we'd be doing is taking the harm but not giving the offender the benefit. So that's a consideration, and a proper wording then I would suggest would be where a person's foreign conviction has been expunged under the laws of that foreign jurisdiction, the said conviction shall, once proven to the satisfaction of the board, be recognized as automatically expunged under Jamaican law. And I would say in the vein that it cannot be correct that the offense is expungible. But I would go as far as saying, if it is, because what happens here, what informs here is that if you manage to get the conviction expunged in the jurisdiction, and I'll stay in the Caribbean, throughout the Caribbean. If you go to Barbados or Trinidad and you get a conviction, it's recorded in Jamaica. If you manage to get it expunged in the jurisdiction that informed the conviction, then if you can prove to the board that that was done, then the consideration, what's left to the board is that the board that's what. So it is that I'm saying to you, Minister, that a reading of the act, it can be, I can see where a board would say that's not the interpretation. And so the clear it's the wording that I'm saying, because I know the intent is clear. Yes. But well, and that's, well, I'm suggesting to you then, Minister, respectfully and humbly, that it should be automatic, because we automatically record it. And that is just my humble submission, and I'll repeat for emphasis that a correct wording so that there is no debate at a board with a colored panel with biases that we know not would be bound by a wording that says, where a person's foreign conviction has been expunged under the laws of that foreign jurisdiction, then the said conviction shall, once proven to the satisfaction of the board, be recognized as automatically expunged under Jamaican law.
Pre-loved, verified, you know, it's the real deal.
The expungement, as in we're keeping with the mutuality of the agreement, the mutual assistance, the agreement, and the legislation, what informs us. Now, in relation to the juveniles, I'm just putting to you that I think once and for all we are to consider treating them as a separate class, as we now do by child diversion programs, and our legislation has been robustly modified under your tenure so far. And so to separate them in such a class, a protected class which they are, treat them as delinquent, and again in keeping with the schedule, but in so far as that particular rehabilitation period for juveniles should remain no greater than 3.5 years. And I just would submit to you that a 5-year rehabilitation for a juvenile is significantly high in terms of the purpose of sentencing and the purpose of a judge's wisdom in terms of giving a juvenile a custodial sentence would seem to suggest that the rehabilitation would have taken place in the correctional institution, and then the quickest possible time for them to be a productive member of society would be to have the rehabilitation period significantly increased. So cut in half at 3.5 years. Now, the eligibility for expungement of offenses of sex with a person under the age of 16, sentenced for less than 10 years. The amendment dealing with this section, the amendment of this section, there's a real concern in relation again to the juveniles. So I'm making an appeal in relation to them because my question to you and a suggestion is, do we need automatic expungement for juveniles? And there's a hot debate in Jamaica in relation to how we treat the sexual offences registry. I know your position now is to keep it private, and you'll correct me, but and the debate as to whether it should be open, my position notwithstanding the right to privacy and all the concerns in the Constitution, that it should be a public, but not before considering automatic expungement for juveniles, and this is in relation to juveniles who are not using the child diversion programs because they remain today without the convictions not being expunged. So it's a short window for those juvenile persons, and I think the purpose and intention of this particular section was never made to cover juveniles. And that's clear from now sending it to child diversion. So this automatic expungement would cure the persons who were not able to benefit from child diversion, which is what we're currently using for this legislation.
Delroy Chuck, we need the sex offender registry, the public. Based on as I just said a while, we need the sex offender to be a public knowledge to everybody in Jamaica.
This section for juveniles. So we can identify those persons, do the automatic expungement, and they would benefit from a change in the legislation and what is our forward thinking currently in the legislation. I think on a roll. Wow. All right, so now in relation to, for once, I take it and I run with it. The factors to be considered by the board. This is, as I said, I raised it already, but I think that the board is where we are at. A national rehabilitation policy that can make clear what is our vision for our country. What's our vision for morality? What's our vision for corrective measures? So it would put the board in a place where they would have to give us annual reports. We would know when the applications are before the board, how many times the board sits, what informs their decisions to not allow the expungements and strengthen the appeal process to the minister. So I think we should consider that as a section that would then open conversations about the third schedule in the future. Now, in relation to automatic expungement, that's your 28A. and this provides for automatic expungement of convictions for which non-custodial sentences were imposed and completed prior to January 1st, 2005. Excellent idea. My question to you is, are we going to return for 2006, 2007, 2008, or are we going to put an amendment that would simply say that expungements that are at 20 years, so annually, when it gets to 20 years, the clause would allow Parliament or allow the legislation to, when the 20 years reaches and these offences arise, the automatic expungement where no clogs and fetters for the individual. It would simply prevent us from having to have this discussion at 2006 every year, annually. So that would cure that mischief. I have no objection to the changing of magistrate to parish court. It is forward thinking. No, the membership of the board. My only call would be to say that, again, the national rehabilitation policy. Looking forward to your green paper, which we'll debate where that is concerned. But certainly no objection there. Now, deleting offenses from the expungible list. I made the observation that all drug offenses were being deleted. Extortion, malicious injury to property, and fire of the dwelling house. My only question is that it's noteworthy that Section 39 and 40 of the Larceny Act remains unexpungible. That's burglary and housebreaking and committing a felony. I just want to know what informed you, or if it was something that was missed, because it appears to be a class of felony that could be removed. And then lastly, I would simply say that in relation to the third schedule, again, in closing, that where it is that citizens of the United Kingdom, if we breathe the same air, the law as it is right now, well, I'm putting it out there because a review seems to suggest that it is violent offenders that we really are trying to contain. The Jamaica as a high crime society is plagued with violent offenses. And so because convictions on a whole is again lumped between mala prohibita and mala nonce, and there's no public education as it is, persons see crime and then job opportunities are lost. Without the expungements, the opportunities for some of the best and brightest of us who would have stumbled maybe once or twice, they are also unable to apply for visas, apply for work program, farm programs. Their life is stalled and they just simply don't have the opportunity. So a revisit of the third schedule more robustly, I would just humbly ask that is something to consider eventually. But if nothing else, in the now, before I take my seat, Madam Speaker. Okay. Well, maybe I should have more conversations with you outside of this space. But before I take my seat, I'm strongly advocating for the rehabilitation period for adults to be 7 years and for juveniles 3.5 years. And it is the best practice as it is now. Thank you.
I like that Isaac. Big up yourself. One Isaac Buchanan. We say we're going to take over the floor now. Andrew come back. Ginger 2 come back. Alright. Oh, here we go on with the general. Turn on the mic now, Ginger 2.
We'll have the member from St. James West Central, and then the member from St. Andrew Western. I think that concludes the members who have. You may? Okay. I'll hold.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the debate on this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to achieve a number of goals. In order to fully appreciate the amendments being pursued, it may be helpful for members of the Honorable House who are not all attorneys at law to get an appreciation of how the law is structured. The policy behind the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act is intricately tied to sentencing. As a general rule, under the Act, a person who has been convicted of an offense where the sentence imposed does not include a term of imprisonment or includes a term of imprisonment imposed only as an alternative to another penalty, or a term of imprisonment is imposed but the term does not exceed 5 years, is treated as a rehabilitated person after the expiration of an appropriate period of time. And for the purposes of the law, the conviction is treated as a spent conviction. And all spent convictions can be expunged through a process. By way of exception to the general rule, Madam Speaker, a person who fails to comply with any condition of sentence imposed in respect of the conviction shall not be treated as a rehabilitated person for the purpose of the law. And where a person is convicted of a further offense during the rehabilitation period, and that further offense is a specified offense, the earlier conviction shall cease to be treated as a spent conviction. If the further conviction is for an offense other than a specified offense, the earlier rehabilitation period is extended to end at the same time as the later rehabilitation period. Madam Speaker, an earlier conviction is incapable of becoming spent where proceedings against the convict for a subsequent offense are incomplete at the time when the earlier conviction would become spent, unless the proceedings have been adjourned sine die and remains so adjourned for at least 3 years, and the rehabilitation period in that case continues until the proceedings are complete or the period of 3 years have elapsed. Under the law, there is no rehabilitation period for convictions for offenses specified in the 3rd schedule of the Act, and those convictions are not treated as spent convictions. Stipulated rehabilitation periods vary for adult convicts according to the sentence imposed and the term of imprisonment, where imprisonment is the sentence. Where the sentence does not include a term of imprisonment, or a term of imprisonment only as an alternative to another penalty, the rehabilitation is 3 years for adult offenders and 18 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months, the period of rehabilitation is 5 years for adult convicts and 30 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period exceeding 6 months, but not exceeding 36 months, the period of rehabilitation is 7 years for adult convicts and 42 months for young offenders. Where the convict is sentenced to a term of imprisonment for a period exceeding 36 months, but not exceeding 5 years, the period of rehabilitation is 10 years for adult offenders and 42 months for young offenders. Madam Speaker, the bill is seeking to raise the threshold by amending the 5 years to 10 years. And what that would mean when passed into law is that a person who has been convicted of an offense where a term of imprisonment is imposed and the term does not exceed 10 years, the convict will be treated as a rehabilitated person after the expiration of the appropriate period of time. And the proposed time is 15 years for adult offenders and 8 years for young offenders. The proposal makes sense, Madam Speaker. And
that report looks amazing.
Thanks. It's Soho Projects. We have a way to track everything. Time, progress, budgets, and the repetitive stuff that's fully automated.
Hoping that leads to fewer Monday meetings.
That's the dream.
No rest.
Today, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the proposal to increase the threshold makes sense and should be supported because of the changing approach to sentencing. The early philosophy of sentencing was mainly retributive, encapsulated in the ancient principle, an eye for an eye. But over time, this shifted towards deterrence as societies began to focus on preventing future crimes rather than merely punishing offenders. And then, with the development of parole systems and probation services, there is also a shift from punishing offenders to reforming them. And so, Madam Speaker, the criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker, the criminal justice system now considers the offender as a whole person, not merely as the author of a criminal act, but as an individual shaped by personal history, social context, and potential for change. And so courts now consider mitigating factors such as background, mental health, and social circumstances. You know, Madam Speaker, the President of the Court of Appeal recently pointed out that as far back as 50 years ago, one of our own judges indicated that it should never at any time be thought that a convicted person standing in a dock is no more than an abstraction. He or she is what he is because of his antecedents, and justice can only be done to him if proper and due regard is had to him as an individual, and a real attempt is made to deal with him with reference to the particular circumstances of his case. To ignore these is to ignore an essential consideration in the purpose of punishment, and that is the rehabilitation of offenders. And so this human-centered philosophy that now underscores sentencing says that we should consider the approach not merely as one of punishment, but one of restoration and reintegration, because ultimately the goal is to reduce reoffending and to promote safer communities. Madam Speaker, the work to bring these proposed amendments began some time ago in the last Parliament. And it is a response to the cries of many Jamaicans who have been disadvantaged by criminal records, where they run afoul of the law in circumstances that no longer characterize their lives. In today's Jamaica, where we have a high crime rate and a high violence crime rate, it is not an easy decision to take to give back. But, Madam Speaker, a commitment was made to provide second chances to the people who have turned their lives around and are on a different path. And this, in part, is what this bill seeks to achieve. Madam Speaker, I recall making a commitment to my own St. James West Central constituents, who regularly ask for second chances around their criminal record, that the administration was in fact working on the law. And I'm really pleased that the bill is before the House, and when passed into law, will provide a real second chance for many, many offenders who have turned their lives around. So, Madam Speaker, the Criminal Records Office, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Board, will be empowered once the bill becomes law to consider applications for expungement for offenses for which the sentence imposed was more than 5 years, but not more than 10 years. And also to set the rehabilitation period applicable to those offenses at 15 years or 8 years for young offenders. I listened to the plea of the member from Portland Eastern, asking for a shorter rehabilitation period. And also suggesting that a national rehabilitation policy is critical. I will reserve my own views on the shortening of the rehabilitation period, but to enjoin his call for a national rehabilitation policy. During the preparation of the bill, it was a matter that was raised in the meetings, and I know the minister piloting the bill has it as part of the work to be completed, because it is not merely the passage of time that results in rehabilitation, but interventions that will assist a convict to come to terms with his past and also to make amends and to go on another path. Madam Speaker, the Criminal Records Office will need to be better resourced in order to carry out the additional functions that are being placed before it. And in fact, in order to do the work that is assigned to it at Section 22 of the law, it is not just enough to expand the membership to allow for more meetings. But I know during the research phase of the bill that one of the issues that was raised was just the need for additional resources to ensure that the investigations and inquiries can be done so that the applicants for expungement can have the benefit of proper findings. Because many applications did not have the benefit of the inquiry that is required to ensure that the applicant's case is treated in the way that it should. Madam Speaker, there is a very big give that the bill is seeking to achieve, and that is the automatic expungement of convictions that have non-custodial sentences where the sentences were satisfied. Now, I hear the call for automatic expungement, and I believe, Madam Speaker, that it is part of the work that will have to continue, because if convictions are automatically treated as being spent after the passage of time, and those spent convictions can be expunged, then I believe that there is a current gap in the law that the next round of amendment would have to address. I do support the call for automatic expungement of spent convictions in circumstances where none of the provisos apply, meaning that the convict does not have additional proceedings and there are no further convictions. Why automatic expungement can work is because the state is the custodian of the records. And so we can lighten the burden on the people without increasing it on the state. But the state is the custodian of the records. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I know that the Criminal Records Office is also in need of resources because it was difficult to ascertain the number of convictions that are now regarded as spent and the number of convictions that would qualify for automatic expungement in what Clause 9 is seeking to achieve. So, just to add that in order for everyone to benefit, some work will have to be done with the Criminal Records Office. And it is important that laws are not just passed, but that the attendant changes to the institutions are made and the resourcing of those institutions are done. So, Madam Speaker, this is a happy day for me because, Mr. Speaker, it is a happy day for me because it is the delivering on a commitment that was made for second chances. And though the bill does not go far enough, what it is giving is a good start. And I hope that the work will continue on the other aspects of the reform that are pending behind the scene. I know the Minister will continue with those reforms. So, Mr. Speaker, just before I close, the other aspect of the bill that will go a long way in achieving the goals is to provide the board with a framework for
Mr. Speaker, the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
All right, the question is that the time being 7:20, I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Mr. Speaker, two more points. Is that currently the board is empowered to investigate and having regard to the results of any inquiry made where the board is satisfied that the applicant is rehabilitated, the board is mandated to issue a direction that the spent conviction be expunged for the record. And in the background work to the bill, Mr. Speaker, the board asked for assistance, and that is reflected at Clause 8, the proposed amendment to Section 23, which would allow the board to make inquiries into a number of matters, including the nature and gravity of the offense, the finding of any social inquiry report pertaining to the applicant, any psychological evaluation of the applicant, whether the applicant has successfully completed a rehabilitation or resocialization program, whether the applicant has accepted responsibility or demonstrated remorse for the commission of the offense, and whether the applicant has participated in restorative justice program, has offered restitution to the victim. The board is also empowered to look at the age of the applicant at the time of the commission of the offense, and whether the offense is one for which there are international obligations that limit or bar expungement of the offense, and whether expungement of the offense would affect or have implications for any other law, and of course, any further conviction. So, Madam Speaker, all in all, the proposed amendments will go a long way in helping to address the concerns. I support the bill, and I commend it for support of all colleagues.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very, yes. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief, but I think it's important to make the point, particularly following on the member who just spoke. I think today there are a number of persons listening to this debate and understanding that this amendment was coming to the House. But listening to the debate today, there will be a lot of frustration. A lot of persons who anticipated and hoped that the amendment would go a little further, further to address what are some real issues. Because, Madam Speaker, the issue really is one of huge social consequences, huge. And I'm not sure, and I'm not satisfied that it would have been helpful if this piece of legislation was supported by scientific work. I don't know the extent to which it has, the impact assessments on what is happening. I rise because in my case, I know of more than one individual. And I have a young man as I speak about which this young man, when he was...
Why do you think your brand popped off, I guess? Like, you know,
because he's sick.
But he was sentenced and he served time. He was paroled, he's back out and has been a model person. The frustrations in his life are real. He can't get
my
a
viewers and
job
subscribers,
because
this is where I'm going to close it off for tonight. I have 20 minutes to 2.
His family situation.
I'll get myself organized to go work. Look
so
more from now.
The consequences
so,
of
big up on yourself here.
Past act, particularly
and just share the video. And now something interesting for showing up tomorrow. And I say tomorrow, look how more I come from work.
One that is worth much more serious
90 minutes to 2, you know, so
and when I look at
I don't know much already, you know.
Favors that doesn't
word is love here.
address the issue of equality
So
before the
just
law. So that if you're
big up on
convicted
yourself.
in a foreign,
So until them time
this
there,
crime was convicted in a foreign
look more.
country, and as opposed to Jamaica.
Well, this is the original Talk Your Mind TV. I'm Crazy J representing every time. Talk your mind, make them move. I'm Mr. Circle, talk your mind because you come for chat it up. Chat about Jamaica where the government mash up. Circle, talk your mind because you're well dangerous. I say corruption, a lick and it a lick and it a lick. Me say corruption, a lick, talk your mind, talk it. Me say corruption, a lick and it a lick and it a lick. Me say corruption, a lick, talk your mind, talk it. Hey, when corruption thing it a go stop. This a government a can't win back. SSL big E that thing that. You better bring back the 5 laptop. Investigation we want know that. Mine a your name dep on the top. So me say man where you a try hide that. Me say corruption a kick and it a kick and it a kick. Me say corruption a kick, talk your mind, talk it. Me say corruption a kick and it